on this website. So because things are changing like almost like every day, it's always a good resource to double check this website if you have any doubts. Okay. So we go here and then we go and get started. Here you guys are going to see the welcome videos. I suggest you to watch that video because it has information about how things are going to work on next week, what's going to be open, what's not, how is the entrance to the campus, what you need to do. So that's a good video. It's around 10 minutes and it's a good video to watch. We're going to come here on campus access for students. So what students need to do before arriving on campus. So if you have your own campus classes, that's what you need to do. You should have uploaded your proof of vaccination. So in order to be on campus, you need to have your vaccine. So you need to complete your proof of vaccination and have your vaccine approved by our staff. So if you click here, you see all the steps that you need to do to have your vaccine approved. So you go there, it's really easy. You go there, you have one space for you to upload your first shot and the other space to upload your second shot. If you only have had your first shot yet, you can upload your first shot and then you will upload a booking for your second one. You have until October 31st, if I'm not wrong, or October 20 to upload your second shot to be able to go on campus. Okay. Another thing that's really important is the daily health screening. So every day that you're going on campus, you need to do this daily health screening. So make sure you have this link, like save it in your cell phone, then it's easier. You just go there before go on campus, do your daily health screening, and then you can get in. And that video that I show you guys at the beginning, that's the student safe video. What else at the entrance, you are going to have to scan your ID card. So if you don't have your ID card, please bring a document with a picture, like your passport or your ID or something, and make sure you have your student card number. So if you don't have your student ID card yet, you're going to need your student number. And of course, you need your face mask, okay, unless you have something of exception to not use your face mask, okay? And it's really important that you guys know the designated access point. So we're not going to have all entrance open. So you guys need to come here and see, let's say you want to go to the Welland campus. You have class there on Wednesday. So those are the entrance that are going to be open. So Applied Health, Athletics, West entrance, Ranking Technology, and Ranking Technology East entrance. The pavilion, for example, is only for the students who have classes there. So that's exclusive for those students. And these, you can check this every day to see if something happened, something changed, okay? Here, we can see at the Daniel J. Patterson, we have more entrances that are closed. So we're going to have our main entrance, and those specific entries for the cannabis lab, the greenhouse, the brewery, or the distillery are only for the students who have classes there. But you guys can always double check that website to see which entrances are available. And here, you can click on the map. If I click on the map, my screen share is going to stop. I'm not going to click on that. But in case you guys don't know, I can stop and open the map if you guys want to. Let's see. Do you have any specific questions,
Yeah, we got one question in the Q&A here. So a student has asked that I've uploaded my proof of vaccination some weeks ago, but it seems it was flagged for non-Ontario review. Will it be ready for next week? And if not, what should I do? Do you want to answer that, or I can?
That only means that it's going for a review. We are hoping to get all the vaccination status approved or refused before the beginning of the classes tomorrow, next week. And you can also send an email to them to see how your vaccination status is going, if you like. But I believe that you're going to have a response before Tuesday. I don't know if you have anything else to add, or Michelle.
No, I think that's the same thing I would say as well. I know there many of them are still like pending as they work through it. It's quite the process now trying to attach all of the vaccinations to the student card so that when you tap in, everything is authorized. I do see another question in the chat box. It is from Stephanie. She said, I'll be vaccinated in September, but my program is online and I'll be arriving in Canada in October. Stephanie, you can wait a few weeks to upload your vaccination. That's okay. We are trying to get just those who are on campus right now into the portal as priority. So you can hold off for another week, a few weeks to upload yours if you are not going to be on campus currently.
I'm just going to say, if you guys could put your questions into the question and answer section, we will not be able to keep up with the chat questions. So if you put them in the question and answer, we'll be able to type back to you, or we'll be able to answer it live like we have for Celeste's first question. So do be patient. We will get to your questions, but just put them in there for now if you do have them. I'm just going to post a link also, which is the vaccination information provided by Niagara College. So I see some questions in there about getting revaccinated if you didn't get a approved vaccine, and some questions. That kind of information will be provided on that page, and the resources to find out how to get a vaccination when you are in Canada.
Yes, so that answers Gretchen. Gretchen, any pharmacy you can go to for your second vaccination. Same for Pooja. You guys can go down and visit that website. We have many students who were vaccinated in India and who were in quarantine and have received an approved vaccination since they have been here.
It's in the same website that we were using before. So here is the vaccination requirements. So you guys can come here. That's the link that Emily posted. Then we have a small video about it.
Now, sorry, there's a question in the chat here that the daily health screening is available on the Niagara College app.
No, it's not.
Yes, that would be not the BNC Ready app, if that's the app you are talking about, but you do find that daily health screening in your student portal and in your apps in that section there. So we can, I'll send you the link also in the chat that you guys can check that out.
So the other app that you might be referring to is just the Niagara College mobile app. And the goal is that we will be able to do our daily health screenings from that app. But right now that won't be until October 2nd. So currently you do need to go to your MyNC portal to be able to do your screening from your MyNC portal, not from an app. And it will not be on the BNC Ready app, but in October, it will be on the Niagara College mobile app.
Let's see, Gary. Gary has joined us. Morning, Gary.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
You're at the DJP campus this morning?
I am, yes. Just a little bit of that lovely courtyard peeking out of the side.
Right.
Yeah,
We have just over 370 students and climbing already, which is fantastic, from all over the world.
that's awesome. Hello, everyone.
We are just welcoming everyone and answering some questions.
So
Guys, just a reminder, please put your questions in the Q&A box because you can see how quickly the chat is going. And so I have seen some questions, for example, about getting your student ID card, which of course is very important, and some questions about our insurance, which again,
then you have all the instructions to upload your picture. And now you're going to receive your ID card in your Canadian address. If you're not currently in Canada, you don't need to submit your picture to do your ID card. You can, but you're only going to receive your ID card as soon as you have updated your address to a Canadian address. So you go here, then you have all the instructions, and then you can see it here, use your online. If you click here, it will show you how to do the online photo submission. And it also shows you here below how to, where was it? How to change your address. So how to update your address in your MyNC account. So if you click here, you see how you can update your address. Oh, good. Joanne is also here.
I'm going to attempt to not speak on mute. So as we do welcome more people here, we did this morning already do a little welcome and just letting students know who we are and what we do here at the college. So Joanne, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi guys, nice to see you this morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Joanne Maltby. I'm the regional manager for South Asia at Niagara College, and I support students from India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Bhutan. So great to have you all with us today. We're looking forward to an exciting orientation organized by the amazing services team. And it's always a great day. You'll be well informed after today, so stay tuned and participate as much as possible. Ask all your questions. Also, just so you know, if you do have any other challenges, we do have the regional management team that are here to support you. And also we provide support to our service team too when they need it. So great to see everyone, and have a wonderful orientation and a great start to the school year.
So we are going to start with our formal welcome in just about 5 minutes. So I will just remind everybody as we move forward, we will continue throughout this whole session to answer the questions in the Q&A box. So please, as we go through, continue to put your questions in there, and we will be working as a team at the whole time answering your questions. But you do need to put them in that Q&A box so that we are able to answer them and before they move up too fast in the chat. We will also continue as we move through the presentation to use the chat to put in some links as people are presenting if there's something important that we want you to be able to go to. So do check out the chat for that. We also do ask that as we continue, please make sure that we keep all of the chat in English so that everybody's able to read everything that's happening as we move through, okay? So on that note, I'm going to introduce our Director of International, Gary, and he is going to start us off this morning with a welcome to Niagara College. So thank you so much for joining us this morning, Gary.
Thank you, Natalie, and welcome to everyone joining us from around the world. This is such an exciting day, and really it signifies the beginning of your journey here at Niagara College. And we couldn't be happier that you chose us to be your education provider and to help you as you kickstart your career in whatever area or field that you've chosen to join us in. And it is, as I said, just a wonderful day to start here. We have such an amazing team at the International Division who are here ready to help you, not just today, and obviously in the weeks and even months leading up to now. They've certainly been a big part of your journey to get here today. But as we continue, even throughout your time here, recognizing if you're on campus in a hybrid or even an online program, that all of our advisors, our support team, professors, they're all here ready to help you. And believe me, they're looking forward to welcoming you as well. I did want to just say that it's really critical, no matter where you are around the world, that the Niagara College community is one that you can be a part of, whether you are online or on campus. And I really encourage you to make sure you get to know your professors, get to know your fellow students, and get to know more about the college and the community that we are surrounded by here. It's a wonderful, wonderful part of the world. And there's so much to do and explore if you are happen to be studying and learning here in the Niagara region. But again, if you are studying online, I think it's so critical and important that you feel like you're connected and that you feel like you're a part of the college community. So I really do want to encourage you to do that. In a second here, I'm going to ask Natalie to just play a short video that will actually showcase some of the Niagara area and also emphasize really that comment that I just made about the online and on-campus delivery of our programs. It is so critical to us that you all feel like you're a part of this journey together. Natalie, do you have that ready to roll?
I do.
Okay.
Who are still pulling all-nighters, still pushing their limits, and finding new ways to pursue their dreams. Here's to the professors who have pivoted their programs, providing unparalleled learning experiences to ensure their students succeed. Here's to the essential workers who keep us safe and connected so we can still learn together, still laugh together, and still get involved together. You don't just have to dream. You can start today.
Because we're still here for you.
Thank you, Natalie. And I think that video, as short and brief as it is, really emphasizes the fact that we have done everything we possibly can to make sure that your learning experience here will be one that you will enjoy and that you'll thrive in, and that when you leave here, you become part of an alumni community that has grown exponentially over the last 40 years of other graduates of Niagara College that have gone on to do wonderful things and have also pursued their applied dreams. So please, I encourage you, get involved, have fun, get to know your classmates and your professors, and make sure that when you are here, whether you're online or on campus, that you're taking advantage of every opportunity and service that's presented to you as a student of Niagara College. I certainly look forward to welcoming you all. For those of you in particular that will be on campus, and seeing your smiling faces around the campus, and looking forward to checking out what you do and what you're learning in the labs, the classrooms, the science labs that we have on campus here. It's such an amazing campus, and I look forward to welcoming you all here. Again, on behalf of myself and the entire international team, thank you very much for choosing Niagara College And we really look forward to welcoming you all in your classes next week. Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you for that welcome. I'd like to introduce now our Associate Dean of International Student Services, Maxine, to welcome everybody here today.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Maxine Semple. I'm the Acting Associate Director of International Student Services. It is lovely to be here with you virtually this morning from Welland, a beautiful fall morning that I hope many of you are able to be experiencing with us here in Canada and in Niagara. Again, I welcome you and on the beginning of your very first day of your journey at Niagara College. We look so forward to welcoming many of you back on our campuses in the coming weeks, coming months, and over the next year. This morning, you'll have an excellent session that will, of course, help you orient yourself to Niagara College, and you'll be able to meet many of our International Student Services team who will be pivotal to your journey here at Niagara College and supporting you in a variety of ways through the services that are offered on campus, and of course, right now, fully virtually as we look towards this term start over the coming days. During this period, you'll meet our International Student Office Assistants, our International Student Advisors, who are next up to speak with you about how they will support your academic journey, and also those very critical immigration pieces for those of our international students who will be joining us. Our Housing and Settlement Services team, who work so hard to make sure that you have everything that you need to settle well into Niagara, as well as having the housing supports required to make sure that you are set up and able to thrive while you live here in Niagara throughout your Niagara College journey. You'll also speak with our international, or you'll also learn very much from our international student finance team, who is there to support you and assist you with any scholarships that are available and any supports that are required around finances. And our student engagement team, who you've met this morning hosting this event, which is Natalie and Marilia, who are with us, and Michelle Silk, and our student advisor, our student assistants, who are there to help you as you enter our offices once those are opened. Again, I welcome you to Niagara College this morning, and we cannot wait to see you. Our services will remain remote for the beginning of the term start, but we are here to help you in every way possible as you embark on your Niagara College journey. I wish you the very, very best in the coming days, and we cannot wait to welcome you on our campuses. And as Gary said, see your smiling faces. It is what we have all been waiting for throughout the course of this pandemic, is to see so many of you back in our hallways and watch you thrive and grow and develop throughout your Niagara College experience. So with that, I'll hand it on to our next presenters, who I believe are our international student advisors, as I mentioned, who will be absolutely critical and pivotal to the success of your time at Niagara College. And they are a lovely bunch of people to welcome you first. So as we move forward, Natalie, back over to you. And again, welcome, all the best.
Thank you so much, Maxine and Gary, for those wonderful words of welcome. Just before we introduce our international student advisors, who will be our first webinar session, I'm just going to share with you guys our engagement calendar. I know I recognize so many names of students who are here with us this morning, but I just want to make sure that everybody knows where to find our virtual events and all of our sessions that we do have running for all students. So on your screen, you're going to see our international engagement calendar. And I just want to highlight a few things that are coming up in the next couple of weeks. So many of you have been joining us for all of our prep sessions for orientation, from timetable selection to program delivery and communication. And we do thank you for joining us and helping yourselves to get ready. But we will be continuing to program virtually for all students throughout the entire semester. And all of our sessions you can find right here on our engagement calendar. So we can see today we have parts of our ESL orientation, as well as this session right now, our international post-secondary and graduate orientation. And then we also have another prep session running later this afternoon for students to get ready for college-wide orientation next week. So I do really want to stress to everyone that next week on Tuesday, You do have your college-wide orientation, which is just as important as today's session, because during that time, you'll get all the information about the academics. So many of you guys during our prep sessions have been asking us for book lists or what platform your teachers will be using to teach you virtually this semester. And those sessions on Tuesday are going to be able to answer those questions for you. So really important that you go to that, and it's really simple. Again, it's a virtual orientation. So if somebody could put the link to the orientation website in the chat for me, that would be great. So you're just going to go to that website and you're going to click on your program, and it will tell you what time your session is. There's no registration. Just join 5-10 minutes before your session starts, and you'll be able to get all of that important academic information. You'll also, if you are in a co-op program, do make sure you're also attending your co-op information session. That will be happening there as well. So you can see that during the week, we have different webinars and sessions planned for you guys. We have our international virtual office hours still, so that if you are having questions, you don't need to come to campus to be able to speak with our staff. You can join us in our daily international office hours to be able to ask questions. You can continue to join our webinars as we move through and support you guys as you start classes. You see next week we have, we're going to talk and focus on our teaching and learning plans, or our TLPs, and organization. And as we move on, you'll also notice we'll start to have more social things on here too. In the coming weeks, we have some speed friending, SAC, which is your student government, will have different events as well. So we really do hope that you will use our calendar and join us for many different events. I'm just going to move my screen for a second because I do also want to show you guys another way that you can get involved with us if you are not already here. So another way that you can join us for getting involved and meeting other people is our BNC Ready app. And our app is one of the apps we have here at the college. So this is the BNC Ready app. It's our student engagement app. So you can see on my screen, this is the desktop version of the app, and everyone who has the app on their phone will also have access to this. So we can see right here, we've got students who are looking for the link for our session right now. So I'll just post that as I'm speaking to you. But this engagement app is a great resource for students, especially if you are not coming on campus and your courses are online. Our BNC Ready app will give you the opportunity to meet other students, to be able to ask questions, and to be able to see what is going on here on campus. So what I'm looking at here is our town hall page, and it's a little bit of everything. I can see here the activity stream. This is where you can post pictures or questions looking for students in your program or you're from your home country, and everybody who's on the app can see it and answer you and give you information. You can also see here our community, and these are all the students who are on our BNC Ready app. I do just want to point out two special groups of students that you'll find here in our community. And the first, you can see, have the word PAL in front of their names, and these are our pre-arrival link students. PAL mentors are here to be able to answer your questions, to help guide you, and they are student volunteers. I'm going to pick on Michelle Silk here for a second and ask if she wants to talk a little bit about our PALs.
This might be more of a Merlia question for this term, Nat, but I sure can speak to it a bit, but I will put it to Merlia after. But we do, every term we have a great bunch of PAL mentors who want to get involved and help new students like yourself or orient themselves to the college and to the Niagara community. They are a great resource to ask questions about things like housing, where you can get certain types of food, or if you're having a hard time finding anything really, you can reach out to one of our pals and ask those types of questions. We also have our GuardMe and our pal. They're both there, sort of like a pal mentor for our GuardMe insurance as well. You can see Esteban is listed there. So if you have a GuardMe question, he's also a rep for there. But I would encourage anybody who wants to get involved and volunteer in our community. Becoming a PAL mentor is a really great way to get involved and really get to know staff in the international division as well. We will have a posting that will go out probably at the end of October, looking for new international volunteers. It can be found on our international homeroom on Blackboard. We post a lot of information there, so please make sure you are checking out that site all the time as well.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Maria, do you have anything to add?
I don't think so. I think Michelle said everything. Is just if you have any questions, the PALs are here to help you. They are students, they have the knowledge, they have been through what you guys are experienced now, and they are willing to help you. So it's a really good resource that's going to help you to succeed in your college life.
Thank you so much, guys.
Actually, Nat, I will say one more thing, if you don't mind. Sorry, I was just thinking. We always talk about our students getting involved, and I'm going to turn my camera back on here as well. Sorry. We always talk about how our students can get involved and really become part of the community. And being a PAL mentor, you can also add all of those volunteer experiences to what we call at the college our co-curricular record. And that is through our Center for Student Engagement and Leadership, CESL is what we like to call them for short. And you can track all of your volunteer experiences on and off campus. And just before you graduate, you can get a beautiful printed record that is stamped, a stamp of approval to show how you have gotten involved at the college and in your community. And it's a really nice resource to add for a portfolio or when you're applying for jobs. So just again, get involved. You can document these things in your co-curricular record. And please look for our Center for Student Engagement and Leadership on campus. I'm sure many of you follow them on social media already. Get involved. Okay, I'll stop now.
No, all good. Many of you know a member of the CESL team. If you've been joining us for all of our live sessions, you'll have met Dana. She's often our presenter, and we work very closely in making sure that all of our students have as many opportunities to engage with other students and the community as possible. So that is sort of our community. You can click on any of the people who are here on the app and you're able to send them a private message. So if you do have a question or you want some advice from our PAL mentors or our GuardMe ambassadors, you can just come here to the app and you're able to ask those questions either to one person in a private message or the whole community here on our activity stream. I do also want to point out some other really important things that you can access right here from the app. And you can see here that we do have, our COVID updates are right here on the app. You can find our Blackboard tutor. So through NC Libraries, they have a Blackboard tutor program. So Blackboard is our learning management system. If you came to our Communication Tools 101 webinars, you'll see how important Blackboard is for your academic career here at the college. All of your courses will be posted there. It's how your teachers will communicate with you, how you get your grades, even how you'll do some of your coursework when it comes to like a discussion board or even handing in some of your assignments. So if you are having questions about Blackboard, if you're not sure, you can come here to the Blackboard tutor and get some one-on-one help with a student who is volunteered and trained in Blackboard. So it's a great tool to use there. I'm actually going to talk about our BNC Ready modules, which you can also link right here on our app. And I'm sure that Laura, who's one of our international student advisors, will also be talking a bit about our modules when they present. But you can access them right here, and they're a great tool I think there's about 27 of them now, and they cover all different parts of academic life, as well as just life in Canada. For example, as we move in to fall and then into winter, you might want to do our Be Winter Ready module, which will help you get an idea of what Canadian winters will be like, and how to excel during our winters. I'm going to show you two down here. You can also access our variety of Niagara College how-to videos. We have shown you guys some of these in some of our prep sessions, but they're all listed here on our YouTube. And so you can walk through any of them if you have some questions. So I will just highlight a couple of things here. Later in the term, we will have our financial tips webinar with Becky, who is one of our financial officers, but you can get some information here on the how to use your MyNC financials. We've already walked through some of our timetable support, but you might want to do like our MyNC online courses. So all of this stuff is here. Oh, here's a great one. The MyNC student portal, applicant dashboard. So if you're just looking at kind of how to walk yourself through some things, maybe you want to change or set up on your portal, some great videos here that can also really help. And so all of this is just accessible through our BNC Ready app. So I do recommend, if you don't already have it, that you should get it. Because it's very useful for student engagement. So I am going to ask, just before I introduce our next speakers, which are our international student advisors, I do see that we do have a few of our RMs here, our regional managers, and I was just wondering if any of them would like the opportunity to say hello and just kind of briefly let us know what their role is here at the college. Fernando, may I pick on you?
Of course. I somehow knew I would be first. So hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you are in the world. Welcome to Niagara College's orientation. We're very happy to see you here, and we're very much looking forward to welcome you on campus very soon, where I hope that we can see each other on the halls and get to know more of you guys, and you can get to know more of us. So my name is Fernando Gama. I'm the manager for the Americas and the Caribbean at Niagara College. So I do speak Spanish and Portuguese. Entonces, hola a todos, bienvenidos a Orientación en Niagara College. Bom dia para todos vocês que estão aqui. If you guys need any help, you can always reach me on email. It's fgama@niagaracollege.ca, and we also have communities, so WhatsApp communities for both Spanish speakers and Portuguese speakers. So if you want to know more about our Facebook and WhatsApp groups, send messages here in the chat or write me directly here in the chat, and I'll send you the links. Okay, so welcome, enjoy the orientation. It's amazing, and there's lots of information that you really need to pay attention to. Okay, so see you soon. Thanks, Natalie.
Thanks, Fernando. And Eric, I know earlier on when we had less students, you did introduce yourself, but can I ask you to pop on again and let us know what you do here at the college?
Thank you, Natalie. Hello, good morning from Canada to everybody. I'm at the home. I just had my breakfast here in Niagara. Now might be, what time is now? Okay, 8:20. As I'm here in my backyard, so welcome everybody. My name is Eric Jin. I'm a regional manager, Southeast Asia. So mabuhay and ohayo gozaimasu. 안녕하십니까? Eric Jin입니다. Okay, so this is your moment. This is your opportunity. So please, apply your dream with us. Very good. And then study hard and then looking for a job. Of course, please, not just study. If you are here in Canada, please try to find any volunteer opportunity and also try to find some part-time job. If everybody outside Canada, please prepare to come to Canada. Hopefully very soon, I will not say the next year, but very soon you can come to here in Canada with us and then apply your dream with us. Thank you. Back to Natalie.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Fernando. And so thank you so much. We are going to start with our next presenters, but I just want to give you a brief overview of what our day is going to look like. So Laura is one of our international student advisors, and she will be taking the floor in just a moment and giving you guys some really important information about the International Student Advisor role and what they do and how they can help you and why it's so important to make contact with them. And then following Laura, I'll be introducing Jillian, who is our Housing and Settlement Advisor, and she's going to talk to you about all things settlement. If you joined us 2 weeks ago now, I guess, for our settlement weeks, you'll know all the important things that Jillian can help you with. And we're also going to introduce you to one of our community partners, our International Student Connect program, which they can also help you get supported in your life here in Canada. Following that, we're going to have our representatives from GuardMe who are going to be here and to talk to you all about your insurance and what you need to do and what's covered and answer your questions live. And then we will be hosting Angelo, who is our representative from the IRCC, and he's going to give us some really important information about immigration, specifically during this time, and some things that you need to know. So lots of important things for you today. This session is being recorded and it will be posted on our BNC Ready app, which is another important tool you can use the app for. We record all of our live sessions, and the recordings are posted on the app, so you can access them there if you've missed anything or there's anything you want to watch and listen to again. So that's enough of me talking. I want to welcome Laura Fakla, who again is one of our international student advisors, and she is going to be with you for about the next hour and a half, talking to you about all the important things that our international student advisors can do for you. Thank you, Laura. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Excellent, thank you. I have my morning coffee, which is priority number one. So thank you everybody for being here. As mentioned, my name is Laura Fakla, and I am one of the international student advisors that will be with you this morning. And we also go by ISA. So one of the things about Niagara College, and really any place that you go, including workplaces, there's always these like inside acronyms, right? Like these things that people talk about in their workplace, and you'll find it at Niagara College. We have lots of different shortcuts for things that we talk about. For example, the Daniel J. Patterson campus is the DJP campus, right? And you're like, what are they talking about, DJP? It's like Daniel J. Patterson, formerly the Niagara-on-the-Lake campus. So Natalie mentioned that we have modules, and we have a module for that. We have a module that takes you through some of the common acronyms that you should familiarize yourself with, and it is the Be Education Shock Ready module number 1. So there might be a test later on in this session together to find out if you've done that module and if you know some of the acronyms. So let me share my screen so we can get this party started. Natalie, can everybody see this okay?
Yep, you are good, Laura.
Excellent. So thank you everybody again, and welcome. So this is our international orientation session. We're doing it online, because we're still finding our way through this COVID-19 pandemic. Hopefully we'll be able to see everybody soon as we're starting to move towards more in-person activities. So there's a quote there that was shared with us by our then manager. Then he became our director, and now he's the VP of International, Sean Coote. And he shares this at every orientation as well. And when I arrived at Niagara College, I was like a newborn, experiencing all things for the first time. I too experienced that. I lived in Japan for 7 or 8 years. I've lost track of the number. And I was like a newborn. I couldn't read anything. I was completely illiterate. I couldn't understand anything. I couldn't say anything. I could barely even order my own food because I didn't know what I was ordering. So I was definitely like a newborn, and it was a really cool experience because as babies, we don't get to really know how we learn and how our world becomes bigger. And now as adults, you're going to be able to witness this from like firsthand, and your world will get bigger every single day. And it's really cool. So embrace those moments because it's a once in a lifetime experience. So what we're going to do today is we're going to look at a first week checklist. We're going to talk a lot about academics, right? Because that's why you're here. One of our goals is as advisors and everybody at the college is you're at an applied learning institution. That means that in every course, in every program, you're learning skills that you're going to apply in real life scenarios, in the workplace, in your life. And as advisors, our goal is to help make you prepared for when you graduate. And that means that you need to know how to find information, how to navigate, be resourceful, and reach out to help when you need it. And then we're going to finish off with immigration, which is also a big pillar of our services for you. So the first week checklist, I added some to make it round up to 10. The first one are your tools. You need to set up your Blackboard. This is how you're going to access all of your course information. We'll talk more about this later. You need to have your NC email set up. This is now your official email for Niagara College. Please do not use your personal email anymore. I have a work email address. It's lthakla@niagaracollege.ca, and everything related to Niagara College is at that email. I don't use my personal email anymore. Please use your NC email. One, it's professional. Number two, we have a very robust anti-spam and junk program on our computers. And so if emails come through that are not Niagara College emails, often it's going to be thrown into the junk folder and we never see it. So please use your NC email from today moving forward. Your ID card, you should already have that set up. And your MyNC, this is your account of all accounts at Niagara College. This is your dashboard where you're going to have access to all of these tools actually. So please have these set up. Please, in the next few days, if you haven't already, learn how to use these. As Natalie said, there's lots of videos now. You're a generation of tech savvy people. So please take the time to learn how to use these tools so that you aren't behind in this important area. Attend all your orientation sessions. So I noticed there was like over 400 people on this Zoom. So thank you for being here. This is step 1 of orientation. Next week, you're going to have more orientation. One, it's going to be the college-wide. And secondly, your specific program orientations. And if you're in a co-op, your co-op session. Super important that you attend those because that's where you're going to meet your professors and other resources on campus to help you. And Blackboard tutorials and any other tutorial, really, if there's any tutorial, take it. Be a lifelong learner and just absorb as much information as you can. If someone has, Natalie, if you can turn off somebody's mute, yeah, that's awesome, thank you. Update your address, your phone number, and your current emergency email. So especially if you're in Canada, super important that you get this sorted out because all of your documents will have whatever address you give us. So if you wanted a school letter and your address is still in your home country, well, we can't change that. You need to change it. So that's number 3. If you're in Canada, get your bank account set up. You'll need your passport, your study permit, and your student ID card, and anything that shows your Canadian address. Our PAL mentors are a great resource to reach out to regarding, the the nuances about banking in Canada and the student accounts that are set up for each bank. Lots of banks, they're all safe. Put your money in a bank account and get help to make sure that you've signed up for the right kind. If you're in Canada or if you're planning to come to Canada, register with your embassy or consulate. Really important to do that. We've learned in the past year and a bit that things can happen around the world, and we need to, in order for you to be safe and be able to be connected with back home resources, get yourself registered with your embassy or consulate. Please take a scan, copy photos of your passports and permits. Multiple ways you want to save these, because if you lose them, it's a lot easier for us to help you track them down or get a new one if they're copied. And also note the expiry dates on all of your documents. Very important. Write this down, put it in your calendar, give yourself a reminder 3 months, 2 months, and 1 month before they expire, so that you don't go out of status. Find out who is your ISA, and I'll show you who they are shortly. Review the college support tools. Again, absorb all this information. There's Launch NC, there's the library, there's peer tutoring. We have a brand new dedicated ISA website that has a lot of information and a really handy help and guides webpage. If you actually put any of these into Google search and you put Niagara College with any of those, they'll come up, or you go into the Niagara College website and you put anything, it's all going to be there. Prepare for your study. So this is really you should be, if you have not done this, you should be doing this weekend. Find out how your courses will be delivered. Understand how to read your timetable. Your academic advisement report. The other ISAs will laugh because this is my mantra. This is my thing. Know your AAR. If you email me or any other advisor, I'm sure, and you say, I don't know what courses to take, we're going to tell you, did you look at your AAR? And if you haven't, look at it. This is your guide of everything you're going to study. There should be no surprises. And you can even go and look up every single course on the Niagara College website and know exactly what you're going to be studying in each course, what's required for each course, and the general course outline, which is the next point. Your course outlines are on the website. Check them out. These course outline tells you exactly what you're going to study, and they also tell you things called a prerequisite. So this is a course that you need to complete before you can take a course. So look at your course outline to make sure that you're completing your courses so that you can move forward through your program. The teaching and learning plans, these are the specific information that you're going to get from your professors about how they're going to apply the course outline. Check out how your courses are set up on Blackboard. This is also where you're going to find out who your professor is, how to contact them, and information about textbooks. And last but not least, do the BNC Ready modules. And I'll refer to them throughout this session because they are a wealth of information at your fingertips that you can do as many times as you want. So that's the top 10. First week checklist, done, everybody. Let's move on to your academics. So this is your academic life cycle. Right now we're at the pre-arrival stage, right? And this is, every single stage of this is important. And you can see through this cycle that the end goal is your postgrad work permit, possibly permanent residency, or all of the above, returning home with all of your education and knowledge to be able to secure a job back in your home country. But in order to get to that end goal, you have to go through all of these steps. And the faster, the more smoothly you go through these steps, you're going to arrive at your goal at your desired planned time, okay? So pre-arrival, That's your top 10 checklist right there. Get her done. Do those. Arrival, that's next week. Your program cycle depends on your program, but every term runs the same. There's a start, there's a mid, and there's an end. And in order to go to the next cycle of that, you got to go through the term successfully. Once you go through this cycle, you're going to pop into graduation. We're going to support you with your post-grad work permit. Our career office is going to support you with getting a job. You get that post-grad work permit and you start working and fulfilling the next chapter in your life. But part of what you're going to experience in this transition is education shock. It's the same as culture shock. It's a transition period where everything is going to be different. The sights, the sounds, the smells, the people, the food, the climate, all of these things are going to be different. And you're going to go through different phases. Right now, you may be feeling the honeymoon phase where everything is glorious. It's so new and it's so cool and you can't wait to get on this adventure. And this may last for a day, weeks, months, a year. But you will go through some frustration of all of these things that felt really cool are going to, something's going to frustrate you. It's going to be maybe, you miss the bus because the bus schedule doesn't make sense to you like it did back home. And then you tried to buy something at the grocery store and it wasn't what you thought it was going to be, and your lunch is ruined. And then you've come to class and you didn't do well on a test. And it's all of these little things that are going to build and be frustrating. But don't worry, you will adjust. You absolutely will adjust. And eventually you'll move into an acceptance phase, which is super cool because now you'll have two homes. You'll have something that feels totally natural in Canada. And then you'll go home and you'll actually feel these same things back in your home country until you accept that things are the way they are at home and things are the way they are in Canada, and you'll have a love and longing for both of them. So, so this is a very, again, very great experience you'll go through, and accept that this happens to everybody and everybody's timeline is going to be different. So before I go to the next screen, I'm curious if people can put into the chat, just quickly, what do you think are going to be some of the things that are going to be different for you or that may cause you some frustration? Put into the chat a few things that you have experienced now or you think you might experience. Climate, cold weather, absolutely. Studying online, yes. Transportation, commuting, wow, they're coming fast. Canadian winters, language. Sunsets at 8 p.m. That's interesting. Tell me more about sunsets at 8 p.m. Are your sunsets earlier or later? Failing, interesting. 6 p.m. in the Philippines. Yes. So guys, you are already in touch with a lot of the things that you're going to be experiencing. And so we've kind of, all of these things that you're listing are what may affect your academic success. And you're thinking, geez, how is climate going to affect my academic success? Or how is transportation? Or how is the food? Well, maybe the food by itself won't, but all of these things together may build up to be, as we say, the straw that broke the camel's back. One of the Canadian or English idioms, right? It's one of those things where, you're having a bad day and, the food, you don't like it, it's cold outside, you're having problems in your new housing with a roommate, and you miss the bus. And all of those things, you're going to think, why did I come to Canada? Why am I here? And that's natural. right? And so you have choices about how you're going to respond, right? You can respond in any of these ways. And sometimes you will respond with anxiety, and you will respond with anger, and you will respond with denial. But eventually, you need to choose the way you respond so that you can move forward. Okay. And so I'm just going to go back. Oh, maybe I'm not going to go back. Sorry, everybody. So I don't know if you would like to take a picture of this. This is being recorded for you to come back to, but I encourage you to take a look at this screen and to think about what was different in your previous, what did you do in your previous education? What was expected there? What's the expectation at Niagara College? And what's now going to be the difference? And how are you going to bridge that difference? So for example, right, in some institutions, in other worlds, the final grade is based 100% on your final exam. Niagara College and Canadian institutions in general, your final grade is based on multiple different assessments. It could be tests, it could be reports, it could be presentations, it could be simple journal assignments. It's a lot of these things, big and small, are going to create your final grade. And so you got to put effort in throughout the term. Don't just put everything on the final exam, because your final exam may only be worth 10%, but 90% of that was built in throughout the term. Because we want, again, you're at Applied College, we want to make sure that what you're learning, you can use throughout the term and apply it at the end and when you finish. So what is, the difference? Recognize that difference, and what are you going to do to bridge it? So an idea is use that TLP. It will tell you exactly what you have to do throughout the term. It's going to tell you how much your assessments are worth. You can use that to plan your time, to build your schedule, to get peer tutoring, to ask for extra help. So again, use this time and your first month to really pay attention to what you were used to, what's expected of you here, and then what are the resources you're going to use to support yourself. So moving into some of those resources, we have something called BNC Ready. And what does that mean? Part of it is this orientation, right? This is part of getting ready, is engaging and learning from the team of people that are here to support you. The other part of that are the BNC Ready modules. They are very quick and easy modules to help you through your academic cycle. These are all here, right? Getting ready to leave and arrive in Canada, arriving, what you need to prepare for, all of the study that you need, study tools, how to live in Canada and settle, and then preparing you for graduation. And then the other big support is everything throughout the college. These are just some of the examples. We'll go through more of these for college supports and services. As a student, an adult student, you are responsible for owning your education, owning your pathway, being resourceful, looking at and using the tools that are out there. This whole team and all the people in the college are here to support you, but it starts with you, right? It starts with you to get ready and to use the tools that are out there. So please recognize that we can support you, but it starts with you to ask for help, but also to heed the advice and the tools that we're giving you. This is the beginning of the term for you, the end of the term for many students. And all of the advisors have had multiple emails from students that did not do well. And now they're asking for help after failing all of their courses. And the reason why they failed, part of the reason is that they didn't use the tools that were given to them. And so all we can do in that situation is to tell them that they have to start again, pay again, and use the tools. So I don't know, this may be a reference that many of you might not know, but there's a movie called Jerry Maguire, right? Jerry Maguire, Tom Cruise's character says, help me, help you, right? So, and that means use the resources so that we can all help you. So again, here, sometimes there's a misunderstanding, right? That you are now considered an adult student, you need to be independent, and that means you need to figure everything out by yourself. And that's not the case, right? Being independent doesn't mean that you're alone and that you have to figure it all out on your own. What it does mean is that you need to own when you make a mistake, and you need to ask for help as soon as you need it, and to not look at it as weakness, but to look at it as strength and courage to ask for help. I lived in Japan. I wouldn't have stayed there for 8 years if I didn't ask for help, but also to own some of the mistakes that I made and to learn from them. So please keep that in mind. All right, academic documents. So these are the main ones that you need to be familiar with. So we're going to go through each one together. Your timetable. This tells you some key information. At the very top here, it gives you your program name. It's going to tell you what level you're in, and it's also going to tell you if you're full-time or part-time. It's going to tell you the term that you're studying in, and it's going to tell you how many courses that you're enrolled in. So this particular one, there's 6 courses and there's 18 credits. So Niagara College talks about your courses in 2 different ways. One is a course in itself, and then the other one is the number of credits that that course holds. So each of these courses, you can see the student has, it looks like 6 courses, and each course is 3 credits. So that means that there's 3 hours with your professor. For 1, 2, 2, 3 up here, you can see there's 3 hours scheduled in a timetable with the professor. The ones down here, these are online courses, and your professor has 3 hours of contact time. That does not mean that you only do 3 hours. That's 3 hours of actual instruction time. So courses may have 1 credit, 2 credits, 4 credits, 5 credits. It depends on the particular course. The other thing this timetable shows is there's 2 different dates. So this one is as of September 9th. This is the timetable that you will follow. November the 1st, the timetable may change. And this is particularly important for students that have labs, like in culinary. You may have multiple different dates here because your labs are going to change. So please do pay attention to these dates. So if you were to ask an advisor, please tell me what level I'm in, we're going to tell you, look at your timetable. It's telling you right there, it's level 1. If you ask, am I full-time or part-time? We're going to say, look at your timetable. It's going to tell you that you're full-time or part-time. So please use this resource. These are questions that you can answer by yourself. And you can, help yourself to be able to calm your anxiety in real time without having to wait for somebody to reply to you. Right now, well, since COVID, there's been a lot of different ways that courses are being delivered. And so as you could see in that timetable, there were lots of different sections to it. But let's look at a few of the important terminology here. If that person was in the fitness program, so this is the program of a collection of courses that are going to lead to the credential. Within the program, there are levels, and I will show you that when we get to the academic advisement. And within each level, there are specific courses. How those courses are going to be delivered is what we're going to talk about here. You could have on-campus courses, you could have hybrid, or you could have fully online courses. If it's on campus, that means you're going to be physically on the campus. You're either going to be at Welland or DJP, and you're either going to be in a classroom, you're going to be in a lab, or for some programs like the environmental programs, you're going to be in something called an outspace or the barn, because your program is a lot of outdoor stuff, and you're actually going to be learning in that environment. If your program or the course is a hybrid, so this means that you're going to have a combination of in-person delivery, on-campus delivery, and online delivery. Okay, so you'll have to look at your program information to see if you're online or hybrid, and then you're going to look at hybrid courses, and these are going to be either fully online, or you may have part of it online and part of it in person. And sometimes it's called a flipped classroom, where you do some of the online stuff on your own, and then you come in person to actually practice the skills or the information. When we look at online delivery and fully online, this means that you are going to study 100% of your term online. So for example, if you're in general arts and science, you are fully online this term. The way that the courses are going to be delivered are either called synchronous or asynchronous. So synchronous means that it's real time. So like now, this is synchronous delivery. Asynchronous delivery is you can access it at any time. So once this recording is done, and this is posted on the BNC Ready app, you can access it in an asynchronous format. It means you can do it anytime, no specific schedule. So if we were to go back to this timetable, you can see here that this is an online course, but it looks like it's going to be synchronous because it's at 10:30 on Mondays and 8:30 and 9:30 on Tuesdays. So this is live with the professor. These courses are online and they look to be asynchronous, okay? And you can probably access the information, the recordings, anything, anytime you like. But again, you would have to speak, your professor is going to put all this information on your Blackboard. So another note about online courses. There are two types of online courses that are being delivered. One is through Niagara College, NC Online, and the other one is called Ontario Learn. So the NC Online classes, these are delivered 100% by Niagara College professors, and all of your information is going to be in your Blackboard. If you have an Ontario Learn course, this is a collection of courses that colleges across Ontario deliver together. So Niagara College has courses there, so does Mohawk, so does Fanshawe. And the benefit of this is that each college is able to expand the number of choices so that students have more to choose from. If you have an Ontario Learn course, incredibly important that you know how to access this course, because it's not by a Niagara College professor. It's by a professor from another college, and it's not on your Niagara College Blackboard. It's in a completely different location through the Ontario Learn organization. If you sign up for this course, you get an email from Distance Learning, and it tells you how to log in to that other learning portal. Very important. Again, go to the Help and Guides webpage in the college website and look for the navigating online courses. It's going to give you a breakdown of how to access these different courses. Again, we've had students that don't follow the instructions, don't read the email. And I had a student that had an Ontario Learn course in July. She didn't access it. So now she's going to fail it because she didn't follow any of the instructions and she waited too long to ask for help. Okay, so look at your timetable, and if you don't understand, ask somebody now before it's too late. There's more online learning tips. Again, if you go to the Launch NC website, they have a wonderful list of resources to help you. But to break it down, please, again, look at your course outline and your teaching learning plan. Understand how your course is being delivered. Online courses, especially if they're asynchronous, are challenging because you can lose track of them. Because you don't have a physical place to be, or you don't have to be online at a certain time. And they're easy to forget about because they're also not on your NC Blackboard. So schedule time in your weekly calendar as if you were going to go to that class. Take this time now to get comfortable using the online tools. Ask for help right away. Don't wait. Because again, online, depending on how the course is delivered, there may be lots of discussion forums. There may be lots of things that you have to do on a weekly basis, and it's easy to get behind. So please do ask for help if you don't understand. Don't leave it to the end of the term. Bad plan never works. Schedule yourself so that you do work every week. Please use respectful netiquette and communication. Again, netiquette is the online way of saying etiquette, and we'll talk more about that. But there is appropriate ways to express yourself online, and especially online, the obligation to be understood is on you, the communicator, right? There's a lot of ways to misunderstand or misinterpret or information that's being provided online. So if you want to be understood, take the time to write a message clearly. Don't use texting messages style or short forms of words. Like, use actual words and punctuation. It really does help people try to understand. All right, moving on to the academic advisement. My favorite tool of all of the tools, really, of Niagara College academic documents. This is the tool that's going to tell you, again, what you're studying for 1, 2, 3, 4 years of your time with us. It's going to tell you, again, your course information. It's going to tell you when you were admitted. It tells you the overall GPA required is 60% in this particular program. It tells you your current level. It tells you whether or not you meet graduation. And it tells you, most importantly, what your current GPA is and how many credits that you've already completed. This particular student is 2% short of graduating. So they're not going to graduate unless this is at 60% or higher. This student will also going to see that they are in this level 1. So they're in level 6 now, but they can see here in level 1 that they've completed all of these courses, but one course is still not complete. So they have to finish this course in order to graduate as well. You can see here that you can see how many credits each course has, when you took the course, what your grade was in this course, and it's going to tell you how many courses that you are done or not done. So in this case, you can see for level 1 and a little bit of level 2 that these 2 levels are not complete. One course is missing, 2 courses are missing. The GPA is under 60. So in this case, if this student wants to graduate, they got some work to do to be able to complete these courses improve that GPA, and then they'll be able to meet graduation requirements. So please, if you haven't looked at it, look at it, print it off, save it somewhere, and you should be looking at this at the start and at the end of every single term to help guide you in choosing your courses and maintaining your GPA. If you don't know, the GPA is based on the average of all of your courses. So in this particular case, this GPA is based on all of the courses the student has passed and failed up to level 6. Okay, and that's how you get the GPA. The grade report and the transcript is also a useful tool. The difference though is that the grade report is the unofficial document you're going to see in your MyNC dashboard. And it shows you a lot of the same information, but it doesn't show you your overall GPA. It shows you your GPA per term, and it shows you, a history of everything you've taken in the college. So by the end of the term, by the end of your program, if we go back here, your academic advisement is going to show you everything that you were successful in and your overall average. Your grade report and your transcript shows you everything you've done at the college, the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's going to show it all. It can't be undone. So, so in this particular case, this student took leadership in sport and got 45. That 45 is going to stay there as part of their academic history. However, when this course is passed, the passing grade is going to be on the AAR, and that's what's going to be used to calculate the graduating average. So this is a good tool to watch. In particular, every term you get these academic notices. They're easy to understand. You click on them, it takes you to information. And these mean that the student, in this case, is at risk in their program because their GPA is low, okay? So you have probation, you have alert, you have good standing, and you have dismissal. You need to pay attention to those things. The transcript is the official document of this that comes from the registrar's office. And this is the document that you often will need to use for things like your postgrad work permit, for example, or part of your portfolio if you're applying for jobs or going on to other institutions. But you get that at the, you can request it, it's the official document. Next up is the course outline and TLP, and I think these would probably be my second favorite thing compared to the AAR. Because these tell you exactly what you're going to study. So there are no surprises. It's not like Christmas morning, right? Or your birthday where you get to open presents and go, ooh, what do I get? And be happy or disappointed. This is like, you have this up front. There are no hidden secrets here. So look at your course outline. You're going to see in the course outline what the course is, how many hours that you should be studying that course. It tells you if there's any equivalent courses, and it tells you if there's a prerequisite. So I'll give you a hint. COM 1133 has a prerequisite. In order to do COM 1133, you need to pass the course or courses that are listed in this area. If you don't pass that first course, you don't do this course, which means you are behind in your academic plan. With the course outline is your TLP from your professor, and this tells you exactly in each week what you're going to be studying and maybe what assignments are due, what you have to read ahead of time or prepare for. So have both of these things available for you to look at. Your TLP is your guide for the whole term. Use it to organize yourself. The course outline, again, if there are prerequisites, you could go back to that AAR and you could make a note in your AAR for each course that has a prerequisite so that you know oh boy, I better pass this course in level 1 so I can do the next course in level 2. And I'll give you a hint. A lot of comm courses have it. A lot of your business courses have it. A lot of your culinary courses have it. Charles and Anna and Paul and Michelle can give you more information as well, but you have the tools. Part of being an adult learner is to take these tools and use them now. I think this is probably the next up on my list that's I think is super important for everybody to understand is your rubric. If you want good grades, the professor's telling you how to get them. Do these things and you're going to get grades as expected. Don't do them or don't learn from your mistakes. Don't read this at all. And you probably end up over here because you haven't done anything that the professor is asking for in order to get good grades. So again, use this tool for each assignment or test that when it's provided to you, because you're going to see exactly what you need to do. And if you don't get the grades, go back to this and go, okay, what didn't I do that I should have done to get the grades that I want? And use this to review on your own and with your professor if there's things that you don't understand. Letters of enrollment for your work term and graduation. These are all on your MyNC account. You don't need to ask us for these at all. You can go to the help guides again to learn how to access them. And they are tools that you can use for a lot of different reasons that you need them, right? If your account is blocked because you haven't paid your fees, then you can't access these. So you'd have to contact our fees office to resolve that issue, and then you go back and receive them. If there's any problems with them, do reach out to us so that we can make sure that they're corrected. But again, if you haven't updated your personal information, then that's on you. You need to update your personal information to make sure that it reflects accurately in your official documents. All right, so let's talk some responsibilities and expectations about Niagara College and the applied learning. So put in the chat again, who had authority in your classroom or in your school? Who was the person that ran the show there? A teacher, absolutely. And why did you respect that person? Why did you respect them? Put in the chat. Why did you give respect to your teacher or to your advisor? Because they're mentors, right? They follow the rules, right? They're trying to equip you with information. So in these scenarios, were any of these things okay? Was it okay to not attend class? Was it okay to cheat? Was it okay to fall asleep? Was it okay if you got a no answer from your professor that you can't redo an assignment? Is it okay then to go and ask 10 more people if that answer can be changed? No, right? So there are instances where you have the right, and we'll talk about that, to dispute a grade, for example. But if you've been given the answer and it's a legitimate no, then asking me or my other advisors or other professors or the registrar or anybody else is not appropriate, okay? So please do be mindful of this because these are some of the expectations that are going to be part of your education shock of how you do things, how things are done differently, okay? So I'll give you a second to read this. I'm going to take a drink of my coffee. Do any of these things surprise you? No. Okay. So once again, you're expected to attend all your classes in person and online. You're expected to look at your Blackboard every single day. Look at your email, right? You're expected to do honest work, and we'll talk about that again shortly. You're expected to do all the work, even if it's 1%, just do it. I've seen students fail because they didn't do the small things, and that's really unfortunate. So do all the work and do it on time. You know, we do value time here. You know, being on time for classes, doing your work on time. Of course, if things happen in life, life happens, right? Ask in advance for accommodation. Don't ask afterwards. Ask questions and participate. So for those of you that are participating here, awesome, right? We can learn from each other. And you know, especially if it's online, we like to know that people are there so that we're not talking to the air, right? So please participate. Even if it's wrong, just give it a chance, right? Because I bet you, if you participate and ask a question and it's wrong, there's probably 10 other people that were thinking the same thing. And then you get the right answer and it's like, okay, awesome. And you took one for the team and you put yourself out there, right? I taught English in Japan, and I can tell you that students that did the best and improved their English were the ones that took chances and made mistakes. But they learned and they improved, right? So just give it a try. Be responsible for your work. Mistakes happen. I made a lot of them, but respect is earned when we own them and when we learn from our mistakes. Buy your books, buy your materials. Don't listen to people who say you don't need them. You need them, okay? Enough said. If you failed a class and you didn't have a book, well, sorry, you should have got the book. Prepare, right? Do your readings. Be ready for like asking questions. Seek help. You don't have to know it, but you do need to ask, okay? And don't ask at the last minute. You know, then all we can do is say, well, you're going to fail, or, well, we can tell you how to do it again, but we can't fix what happened. Be a resourceful and independent learner. Practice business style communication and behaviors. So that means email etiquette, and we have a module for that. Do the BNC ready, be email and communication ready module. Because one of the things that will slow down getting help is if we can't understand what you're trying to tell us. So that means include your name in every email, put your student number in every single email on the subject line, and use full sentences, actual real words, and not short forms like you for YOU, and punctuation is really helpful, right? So that we know where an idea stops and starts. And to be fair and equitable, we all have to follow the college practices. So that means grades are earned, not given away. Everyone needs to follow the same practice, right? Because if the practices are not followed, what happens is that it diminishes the quality of the education that you receive, and it ultimately diminishes the quality of your credential. And you want to know that your credential from Niagara College has value and weight. But if it's watered down because our policies and practices and grades are not fair and equitable, That means in the real world, your credential is not what you paid for and what you worked for. So that's why we have those colleges, practices, and policies. I'll do one more, then I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Rissa. Academic honesty and plagiarism. So this is one of those policies and practices that needs to be understood. It means that everybody needs to conduct themselves in an honest and trustworthy manner throughout their academic career. Any academic dishonesty that is an advantage to get a grade or a credit is an offense under this policy, and it is not tolerated. And this is because, again, you want to make sure that the work that you do is respected in the college community and respected outside of the college. And that means it's honest work. And if someone is not doing honest work, it takes value away from everybody else and from the credential. So super important that you understand this. And it comes in different ways, dishonesty. One is plagiarism, and that is presenting somebody else's work as your own. And that could be copy and pasting. It could be full on stealing somebody else's work without them knowing it, or giving it to somebody to use. It could also be not including the right citations. Whether it's intentional or unintentional, it's still plagiarism and it's still cheating, and you're still responsible for the outcome. The other thing it could be is faking data, cheating on a test, bringing in outside resources that are not approved into a test, like a phone, for example. If your professor says no phone, don't bring a phone. It's that simple, because that could be deemed cheating. So please take time to understand this, ask questions for clarity. Don't rely on anybody else except your professor to make sure that you understand exactly what it means to be academic honest in a course, in a program, in a test, in an assignment, because the penalties are dear. The first is a 0 in the work provided. That could mean you don't pass a course and you have to take it again. The second is a 0 in a course, full out 0. The third time, or depending on the severity of the situation, you are suspended from the college. So incredibly important that none of this happens to you, right? Because we see it every term, and it's heartbreaking to have to tell somebody that you have to come back or that you can't come back. And the outcome is, remember that academic cycle to get towards graduation and postgrad work permit? It's now delayed, and it's now more costly. So, so please take some time to understand this. And guess what? There's help. Library, great place. They're the experts. And of course, we have a module for that. BNC ready modules. Be academic integrity ready. Please use that module. All right, I'm going to stop talking for a little bit and hand it over to my good friend, Rissa. Over to you, my dear.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rissa. I'm one of your international student advisors here at Niagara College. Welcome to the International Orientation. I'm very excited to be here. I was once in your shoes 16 years ago as an international student, and here I am still in Canada and enjoying it. So welcome to those who are here in Canada and those who are at home. Here begins your journey. Let's talk grades. So think about how things have gone with your academic journey so far. How did you earn grades? Was the final exam the most important and biggest evaluation? Did attendance and participant count towards grades? Were you given bonus marks, or second chances to redo missed work? Were you able to continue to the next level if you didn't pass the first? So think on all of these, because here at Niagara, grades are important as well as your well-being, but it's important for you to remain focused and for you to, as my colleague Laura said, to be able to know what the grading rubric is for your courses and how you're going to attain and achieve the best grades. So next. Oh, thank you, Laura. It's not letting me share while you share. Perfect. So getting grades at Niagara College. Every piece of work counts towards your grade, no matter how big or small. And again, as Laura said, it can be those assignments or those quizzes that may only be 5% that you think, oh, I'm not going to study for, I'm not going to hand in. And that could be the 2%, 3% that you could have gotten up to the 5% to get you that pass. The final exam is just one piece of the final grade. Often the work you do throughout the term counts more than the final. So it's important to, from the beginning, to look at your course outline, and each one may be different for each class. So make sure you prepare, you plan, you put in your calendar all of your assignments and when they're due, and give yourself time to do them before it's due. Attend your classes and participate, because that is a big part of your academic performance. There are no bonus marks once work has been submitted. So at the end of a course, you can go back to a professor and ask for bonus marks based on not being able to submit an assignment or to complete a project. Marks are earned. They're earned by doing the work as requested and by doing it on the due date. So again, planning, putting those dates in your calendar, it's important from now. So from the moment you start classes next week and you see what's expected of you, plan it out. Promotion to the next level is based on the grades you get in the previous level. So poor grades can result in not being able to do some courses in future terms. And we'll talk about this because this may impact your immigration, which is very important. You're here as international students, and so the most important thing is for you to study, as well as, you know, enjoy the climate, the culture of Canada, meet new people, but being able to make sure you successfully complete each term would mean that you are able to complete your full program on time and get towards the postgraduate work permit and onwards to further immigration pathways.
Thanks, Rissa. And I'll just put in a plug. Guess what? We have a module for that. It's Be Education Shock Ready 2. This will go over more of that information about expectations and getting grades.
What grades do I need? So there's a website here that shows you practices and how you view your student grade and what it entails for graduation. So each program, some of you may be in diploma, some of you might be in the grad certificate. The grades that you need all differ. So you need to know that from the beginning so that you can plan out your pathway and know that, you know, everybody, you know, you want to aim for the best, but you want to also make sure that you're above that minimum because we want you to get to the next level.
Excellent. Yeah. So the minimum grade is 50%, right, Rissa? And yes. But the graduating, that GPA that's on your AAR, in the grad certificate programs, you need 65 GPA, right. And in the other programs, you need 60. So if you aim for 50s, are you going to graduate?
No.
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 So you've got to aim. And aim for 60 to 65% minimum to be able to reach that GPA. All right.
So we're done. Where to find more info and help? Here we get into immigration.
Oh, not yet.
Oh, not yet. Sorry.
Yeah. So this is where we're getting into all of the resources at the college to help you. So you see two faces here right now. You see Rissa and you see myself, right? And we are part of the advising team. So I do all of the general arts and science, the School of Academic and Liberal Studies, which includes pre-health, pre-community, tech, I think, general arts and science, Welland and DJP, and the School of Environment. But I'm just one part of it, right? Rissa, what do you do?
I help students with their program planning. So depending on which program you're in, you have different advisors. I also help students with any resources that they need access to. And a major part of my role is also the immigration piece as well. So making sure that you get any study permit extensions that you need, or help with your postgrad work permit or temporary resident visas. So yeah, I'm here to support in many facets. So definitely reach out to myself or any one of the ISAs for us to help you and connect you with one of these support services here that you see. So from career and co-op to health and wellness, the library, the campus food services registrar, varsity and recreational sports. There's so much resources and services here to support you at Niagara College.
Absolutely. And what's in your portfolio? What programs do you advise on, or what schools?
Okay. So I advise for the schools of hospitality and tourism management, culinary, for brewmaster, winery, viticulture, business admin, accounting. That's a few of the programs that I advise for. And Laura?
And with us today in the background there, I see Charles. Put your camera on, Charles, and wave to our viewing audience. Charles is at our Welland campus, and he advises on, I believe, the School of Technology.
Right.
And then with us here somewhere is also Anna. Anna is at the Welland campus, and she advises on the School of Health. And we have Michelle Ruici, who is at the DJP campus with Rissa and I, and she advises on the School of Business. So there are 6 ISAs. That's just a small part of the international department. Right. You met Eric and Natalie, and there's Emily, and there's Fernando. There's so many people in this department that will be able to support you. But as you can see, we're just a small group in the larger college supports.
Right.
So please do recognize that, again, you're not alone. And if you don't know where to access help, ask. And then we'll direct you to the right place. You also have your student government, who you'll meet a lot next week. And a really cool event that a group that Natalie's part of, and she's part of the Get Involved Center of Student Engagement and Leadership. So get involved, people. You can really add to your experience and to your resume and credential by getting involved, because we do value that outside of the classroom activity to build up skills. So Rissa talked a little bit about what an ISA does. And so basically our specialization is academic and immigration support. Okay. When you should contact us is when you need help in those 2 areas. Now, here's a question. When should you contact us when you need help? Let's say your study permit is expiring on October the 15th. When should you contact us? Put a date in there. What do you think? Now, yeah, excellent. Now,
yes.
Don't contact us on October the 14th.
No.
Don't contact us on October the 16th. That's not good, right? No. Here's another question. Let's say you got your first test back and you didn't do well, you failed it. And you're really struggling with math, right? Math is not my strong suit. And you're like, I don't know what to do. Do you wait until after midterms, or when should you come in and say, you know what, Laura, I'm really struggling with math. I don't know what to do about it. Immediately. Oh, you guys, super fantastic. I love it. Spread the word, right? Make sure you tell your friends. Don't wait. So that's kind of where, we're going to be able to help you, is We'll help you with your answering questions about your immigration. We can only answer questions about temporary residence. We cannot answer questions about permanent residency. That's not what our license, we're all licensed advisors. We're licensed for temporary, not permanent. But we do have people that come on campus to help you with permanent residency questions. We are also here to help you with your academics, right? So you need additional support, you're concerned about your progression through your levels, you're looking to withdraw or change programs, you're having some education shock, right? And keep in mind that you can really come and talk to us about many things, but we're not the experts in everything. I know,
Yeah.
nice, right? We're not. But we know people who are. So if you come and talk to me and you say, Laura, I'm really feeling math, and we have a discussion, and there seems to be some more going on, like maybe your housing situation is not great, or you're feeling homesick, I may say, you know what, let's bring in more team members, and we might bring in the doctor, right? Or counseling, or we might bring our housing team involved, right? Because, you know, you've heard that saying, you raise, I always mess up sayings, something about a village and a child. Anyway, you need a village.
It takes a village.
Right? So
Yes.
it's a village that supports you, okay?
Right.
But also keep in mind of how you can help yourself first, right? Use those tools as well. All right. So again, these are all the ways that we help you through the college, right? All the way through that theme of how we can support you. Download these apps. If you don't have them, get them. BNC Ready, it's the app. Natalie talked about that. Your safety app for on-campus safety and some safety tools, get that. And Keep Me Safe and Guard Me, important tools from your insurance and for your physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health. So please do use these resources, okay? Rissa, do you want to talk about Blackboard?
Yes, so Blackboard is what's housing your courses, and for your, so you'll have your assignments, your deliverables, so when things are due from your professor, you'll be uploading assignments there. So as you can see here, that's the bit of the dashboard, and you can see your courses. It will show your courses where you're currently a student. There's also the announcements at the bottom. So be sure to look at everything in your organization. So it shows which organizations you're in Blackboard. So for instance, the Culinary and Innovation Food Technology Homeroom, the International Homeroom. So that's where you'll see where we post. So the international office posts any announcements, anything that's important. So please be mindful of all of the announcements and your homerooms and read them thoroughly, because they are very important and you don't want to miss any information that could affect your academics, your immigration, and you go forward there. So
excellent. Yeah, thanks, Rissa. And you'll notice too, just another little tip about how some of the NC lingo, you see like F17 or W18, that means fall 2017 term or winter 2018. So you'll notice we'll say like 21 fall, right? Or 21F, it's 2021 fall term, September, right? So, so your Blackboard, it's your home of academics.
Yes.
Your NC dashboard.
So your dashboard here, this is where you would see all of your, you can get different things such as your documents that you need, your student records, you can manage your profile, update your profile. You can see there's applications and resources. So that's the person, that's the program. It shows that what you apply to. There's your advisor. So that's where you should be able to see who's your advisor. So that could be myself, Laura, Charles, Michelle, Anna. Then there's your grades and your timetable. So that's important too. So make sure you check also into your financials, which would show, your account balances. So that's important as well. So make sure you familiarize yourself with each and every part of your dashboard.
Excellent. Then from an international perspective, we have 3 ways that we keep in touch with you as well. The International Homeroom Blackboard. So Blackboard is a bunch of different announcement pieces, right? So you'll see in your organizations, you'll have International Homeroom, where we will post announcements. You'll have your program Blackboard, and you will also have your school Blackboard, right? So there's lots of places where you'll find information. We have a brand new ISA advising website. So you want to get help right away about really common questions about maybe how do I extend my study permit, or what do I do for mental health supports, or information about academic advising. Go here first. If you wake up at midnight, you're like, oh, I got to know something, and I can't get a hold of Laura because it's midnight and she's sleeping. You might find the answer here, and then you can go back to bed, right? So check that out. And then the Niagara College International website, again, lots of information there. A little note about scams and fraud, and this will be, I'm sure, talked about more, but it's alive and well in Canada, and it's unfortunate. And there's lots of ways they will try to scam people. And it's email, Facebook, WhatsApp, telephone. Basically, never give away your personal information. Don't give away your SIN number. Don't give away any of your IRCC immigration information. Generally, immigration does not call you. Your bank does not call or email you. They don't ask you for your specific IDs. So don't give those things away. Some of the websites and emails may look very legitimate. Before you do anything, ask, because it does happen. So it's coming. There's a module for that. So be safe ready. So please look at that module because it will go into more detail about this. All right, Rissa, we have 20 minutes left to talk about immigration. Do you want to talk about the study permit?
Yes. Okay. So most or all of you would have your study permit. If not, if it's in, some of you might still be in processing if you're online in your home country. But the study permit is what allows you to be in Canada studying. The first part, if you look at the picture, is your UCI, your unique client identifier. And that is what that number travels with you throughout your whole immigration process. So from study permit to any future work permits to any future immigration applications. See your ISA, so your International Student Advisor, 3 to 4 months prior to your permit expiring. So as Laura mentioned, you need to look at that date. So from the moment you get the study permit, look at the date it expires, and keep that in mind. And it will do whatever you have to do. If it's calendar, reminder in your phone or through any other method, remind yourself 3 months before it expires to contact your ISA so we can work on helping you extend your study permit. And we also do this, going to be after September 21st, there's workshops on study permit extensions that you can attend. And we help you with the steps that you need to take in order to start and fill out your application supporting documents. And then we also set up appointments with you to go over the extension process. The fees for the extension are currently $150. And to be able to work, you must have your study permit with permission. So the conditions, you need to read that to make sure it says that you're allowed to accept employment for full-time studies, and look at the remarks and observations to make sure that there is nothing that prohibits you from further work or anything like that. And then if there is any remarks that you have questions about or conditions, please definitely reach out to any of the ISAs, particularly your ISA.
Yeah, super important that you understand your own document and don't rely on information from your friend because everybody's document may look a little bit different.
Right.
Your ability to work on or off campus may be under conditions or may be under remarks. So do look for that as well. Excellent. Do not let this expire.
No.
If you let this expire, you can no longer study in Canada. This is a document that allows you to live and study here. So please don't let it expire. The TRV and the ETA. So the TRV is that sticker in your passport. It depends on what country you're from. You may need this or you may need that. You're going to know which one you have simply by what you're told to get from immigration.
Right.
Basically, these simply allow you to approach the border to say, let me in. The study permit is what allows you to live here and study. So while the study permit cannot expire, this, for example, could expire. But the only problem is if you let it expire, then if you leave, you can't approach the border to say, please let me in. So you have to have both permit and visa or ETA valid to be able to enter Canada. Yeah. To stay in Canada and not leave, the most important thing you need to have valid is that study permit.
Right.
Okay. Work. Do you want to talk about this, Rissa?
Yes, so work while studying. So for some of you, you'll have a co-op component of your program, which allows you, say for instance, for a term, say for instance, it could be the spring 2022 term, where you work for an employer that will give you relevant experience in the course you're taking. So for those programs, you would be issued a co-op work permit. So make sure that you check that for your program, if there is a co-op component, that you've been issued a co-op work permit, or it's in processing for some of you. And if it's not, please, again, reach out to an ISA so that we can help you get that application going, because it could take several weeks and several months to process. So if you want to have that in time for next year, you need to get that application going. And again, we have workshops on that. And the co-op work permit is required for any program, again, with the co-op or internship hours. And it looks similar to the study permit. So again, you would review all of the details on it to make sure that any conditions or remarks are not there that should not be there. And you would let your ISA come and check it for you. And it should list an employer as Niagara College and be for work as part of your academic program. And again, if you did not receive one at the border, you can apply online and we can assist you with that. Off-campus work. This is very important that you know that it's separate from your co-op work permit, and you would have that condition or remark to say that you can work off-campus, and you're limited to 20 hours per week during your academic term. This is very important. 20 hours per week, not 21, not 22, not 20 hours per week, and while you're studying full-time during the term, okay? And it's only that you can work over 20 hours a week when there is approved academic breaks. If you have any questions about that, if you're not sure, please reach out to us so that we can clarify what that approved academic break would be for you. And usually for Niagara, that approved academic break is there's a midterm break in the fall, there's the Christmas break, there's a break in the spring, and then there's sometimes summer break, but it depends on the program. So everyone's program format is a bit different. So definitely confirm with your ISA when you're, if there's any major breaks in your program or when your scheduled breaks are, if you have confusion. And for on-campus work, there's no restrictions in your hours of working. So for some persons, you can have an on-campus job and an off-campus job, but you just have to remember that off-campus job, while you're studying full-time, you cannot work no more than 20 hours per week. So you can't say, oh, I work 15 hours one week and I work 25 hours the next week and you average it. No, it's 20 hours per week. Okay? All right.
Yeah. Thanks, Rissa. You know that, and the reason why she says that so many times is because we get that question all
Yeah.
the time, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to put it out to the crowd. If I work 19 hours this week, how many hours can I work next week? Ooh, interesting. Okay, so the winner is 20.
Yes.
Right? 20. It's 20 hours per week. That's it. It's simple. You don't have to do any math, actually, just 20. Okay. Super important that you understand these rules, because your post-grad work permit is based on, number one, graduating, number two, abiding by the conditions of your study permit and following the immigration rules, right? If that's your goal, then follow the rules. And if you don't understand the rules, come and ask. Because we want to make sure that you are, after all of your hard work, you want to be able to get that post-grad work permit. You can start working on September the 8th when classes start. Okay. Please don't feel like you are going to be pressured into working more hours. Because of what other people might say. You can only work 20 hours a week, okay, guys? Right. The other thing is remember that the reason that you're here and the reason that you've been allowed to enter Canada is because of study. And immigration, if they see and doubt that you are dedicated to your studies, they could deny future permits, okay? And this is one of those cases where we see students come and see us because they failed courses and we find out that they've worked too much, and it's because they're financially in a bad place or something has happened. This is where we need to know, right? Don't carry that burden on your shoulders. Come and ask for help so that you don't work more than you need to or should, and you end up failing things, okay? The co-op permit, not everybody has one, but if you're in a program that has a work component, you must have it in order to do that work. So please make sure that you understand what you need. Okay, post-grad work permit. So this is the gem for many people, right? A lot of you want to get that post-grad work permit. And in order to get that, what do you have to do? Put it in the chat. What do you need to do to get the post-grad work permit? Graduate. Yes, graduate, well. Right? So you have to graduate. And in order to graduate, you've got to just stick to your academic plan, right? And focus on that plan. And we will support you, right? We will support you to apply for this. We have workshops on all of the permit applications, and we have a guide on our website to how to do it. But basically, you have a period of time in which you can apply. Your study permit has to remain valid throughout your studies. You need to be full-time continuously, with an exception in the last term. If that is your final term, you can be part-time. But it's recommended. Your programs all make you full-time, so you should be full-time throughout. It is once in a lifetime opportunity. So it means once you apply for it and receive it, you can't get it again, right? So make sure that when you apply, you are ready to use it. It's valid for 1 or 3 years, right? So it depends on the length of your program. If you do a 1-year program, it's a 1-year permit. If you do a 2-year program or more, it's a 3-year permit. If you do 2 1-year programs, you get a 3-year permit, okay? And that's something that your advisor, ISA, can discuss with you. Again, your eligibility for the PGWP is based on A, graduating on time and without incident or breaks in your study, unless it's a scheduled break. But if there's an unauthorized or an unscheduled break, or you don't meet with the conditions of your study permit, you are putting yourself at risk to receive this. And there is nothing that your advisor can do to make that turnaround for you, right? So you need to pay attention academics, and following the immigration rules.
Right.
So COVID-19 has been very changeable with all of the permit and immigration and travel. For entry, there are still travel restrictions in place and and quarantine. So if you are traveling, make sure that you are communicating with the NC quarantine team and reading and informing yourself about the travel and quarantine supports that are there for you. If you are here and you're thinking of traveling, I would really slow down on that, because we just don't know what things COVID has in store for us, right?
Right.
So please don't really think about traveling just yet, because we just don't know about what that's going to look like for entering Canada or going back to your home country.
Yes.
For study, if you're in Canada, there's no changes to your study permit. You have to have a valid study permit to study, and don't let it expire. If you're out of Canada, you can still start studying if you have a study permit, if you've been approved for a study permit, or if you've applied for a study permit before starting your program, right? So it's all possible, but eventually for that PGWP, you're going to have a valid study permit. Working, if you're in Canada, no change. You just have to follow the rules and what's on your particular permits. Out of Canada, of course, you can work in your home country. For the PGWP, if you're in Canada, basically you're still eligible if, in this case, because you're all starting with us in 21 fall, if your program has been moved to fully online, that's not going to have an impact, right? Because of COVID-19. But you do have to be full-time as of 20 fall, which you will be now because we're a year later. Out of Canada, if you can't travel, you're still going to be eligible for the PGWP, right? You have to meet all the requirements. You have to be enrolled in a program that has either started between spring 2020 or now, right? So you're good if you're starting now. And again, you either have a study permit, you've been approved for it, or you've applied for the study permit before your program has started. So if you've applied for it and you're waiting for it, you can still study, right? But eventually it has to be approved to be able to receive the PGWP. You can also study 100% online for outside Canada right now, right? So this is in place until December 31st, 2021. So if you're making your way here this term and you're fully online, and you either have a study permit, you've been approved for one, or you're waiting for one, and you're studying fully online, and you make it here by 2021, December 31st, you're still going to be able to apply for the PGWP. Okay. The following, just a note in the yellow, time spent outside Canada after December 31st, 2021, or time spent before you applied for a study permit will not count towards the PGWP. Okay, so if you have questions or concerns about that, do reach out to your ISA. But basically, if you have a study permit, if you've been approved, if you've applied for it now, you will be okay to study outside Canada online until December 31st, 2021, and it will still count towards your PGWP. If you're finding that you're not getting your documents in time and you're reaching that December 31st, please contact us right away so that we can start to support you. I mean, right away means like, obviously, end of September, October, right? If you still don't have your documents, but if there's still time, but the deadline is December 31st, 2021. The social insurance number, tax purposes only. It is not your permit that permits you to work. You need both things. You need the appropriate permit to work and you need the SIN number. You have to have both. There's a thing called working under the table, and that's working without a SIN or not using your SIN. That is against the law for Revenue Canada. So don't do that. The other reason you don't want to do that is if you get injured on the job, you worked illegally, so you won't be covered under workers' compensation rules for Ontario, and that's not good. Don't give your SIN to anybody. The bank will ask for it at the bank, but nobody emails for it, so don't give it over the phone or by email. Very important that you work according to your permit. Co-op is only for co-op. Off-campus and on-campus is specifically stated on your study permit. If you don't have it on your study permit, you cannot do that work. If you don't have a co-op work permit, you cannot do that work. You may have a SIN number, but it's the permit that determines the work. Very important you understand that. Your responsibilities, right? If your end goal is to graduate, get a work permit, become a PR, you got to understand and follow what we're telling you. Again, we can't advise on PR, but we do bring in specialists that do that. And this information will be posted on the International Homeroom Blackboard. We also have those special help sessions that are done virtually that you can find on the Niagara College website, international website under the events as well. They're posted under the in the International Homeroom Blackboard to give you that information. So again, we're back to the same thing, eh, Rissa?
Yes, and this pathway, as I said, this was my pathway 15 years ago. So I started as I arrived in Canada. I'm originally from the Bahamas. I studied, successfully completed my studies. I applied for the I graduated and applied for the postgraduate work permit. I gained Canadian work experience, and then I applied for my PR. So I have been through this pathway, and we're here to guide you. As again, not up to the PR we can't, but we will get you through PGWP onward. So again, look at this pathway in mind, think of the end goal, and as you study, we want you to be successful. And as we said, reach out to us for help. I know lots of questions are coming in. You have an international student advisor, you have the international office, you have many resources. So please send an email to us so we can help you as you start this pathway. And again, with the study, we just want to emphasize full-time continuous, no gaps, and making that timely progress toward completion. Work only based on your study permit and co-op work permit conditions. So read those conditions. And again, if there's anything you have questions on, send us an email so we can look at those conditions and help you, and keep your immigration documents valid at all times. So I think some people are saying, oh, what if their permit expires right when they complete the program? It needs to be extended. So for that, for persons, if you see that your study permit, so usually you get 90 days extra from your program completion days. Some people don't, and that happens. Look at your study permit expiry date. Look at when your completion of your program is. If it's the same date or close to it, we need to do that extension for the 90 days to give you that time to apply for your postgrad work permit, because we want you to stay in status, remain in Canada, and continue on to work and enjoy Canadian living and society. And again, arrive with the intention to study and make education your priority.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Rissa. I think there's an inside joke or something going on here. What's 242? Because I know these students and they're
242, that's the Bahamas.
Area I know Lauren and I know Van Bert. So yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, the Bahamas. Excellent. Alex, great. Okay, so I've been doing this for 13 years, and the students that I know have been successful towards permanent residency have followed this path, and they did it. They put their education first. Right. And if that's your goal, then do something. Make yourself a note. Have your goals posted so that when things get hard, you can refocus back on what that goal is. You know, sadly, I've had lots of students email me this month who have failed for this many times, and they're not going to graduate, and because things got in the way and they didn't ask for help. So if that's your goal, take a picture of this. I don't care what you have to do, but give yourself some sort of affirmation or some sort of picture to help you keep focused and to reach out when you're struggling. Okay. There was a question I saw about co-op work hours. So if you have a co-op, an internship, a field placement, it comes in many different names. And guess what? We have a module to explain this. So go to BNC Ready and do Be Work Term Ready module. You can work, like if it's a co-op, you work full-time hours. So you can work full-time hours on your co-op, and bonus, you can also work 20 hours a week on your off-campus permit as well. So you could have 2 different jobs if you want to, okay? So again, but doing the co-op is based on academic success. So you have to have 2 terms of academic success. So you have to be passing your courses and your levels in order to do the co-op. If you don't, you can't do the co-op and you can't use that permit, and you're not going to graduate on time. So again, everything is based on this green right now. That is where your focus needs to lie. And if you can't focus there, please ask for help so we can support you to help you get back on track. So I think that's it. I just have a shout. I just want to ask everybody to put into the chat one more time, maybe just one thing that caught your attention in our session with you this morning to that you think is important to focus on. Hybrid class is if you might have part online, part on campus.
And someone asked about the co-op on being on campus. No, the co-op is off campus with, as I said, employers within your industry. And then we also have co-op advisors as well.
Wow. Okay, there's a long one here. I can't read that one. That's so long. Whoa, it's too long. Sorry, Jillian, give us a second here. If someone changes their college for a second year course, if you're changing your college, that's a very complex. You need to talk to your ISA. Let's just leave it at that. Timetable dates, e.g. when timetable will change. Look at your timetable. It tells you right there. There might be 2 different dates. Study and help, important topic. Yeah, co-op is with pay. Co-op is paid. Yes. Yeah. Internships, field placements, practicums are usually not paid. How I know if our co-op is paid or not? If it's a co-op and it's called co-op, it's paid. BNC Ready app. All right. When do we have to do it? Look at your academic advisement report to know when you do your co-op. Right now, can you come in person? We'd appreciate if you email us, and then we can set up a Zoom with you as we are navigating COVID situations. Right. Everything is important to focus on. Awesome. Where can we find? Okay, so you can go into the internet. You can go into the NC website, and you can just type in International Student Advisor, and it will take you to the place to find out who is who. I just want to confirm with you guys. You apply for your PGWP after you've received your graduation documents. Oh, I like it. Will we get recordings of online classes? It depends on how your professor is delivering them. So that would be something to ask your professor. I have no idea, Ramandeep. Will I be able to reach? So if you have a hybrid program, you need to be in Canada by September the 8th. If you cannot do that, you need to contact your regional manager. If you're not able to select a timetable, please email your international student advisor, include your name and your student number in the subject line.
Yes.
Getting involved, yeah. Get involved. Excellent. Check your Blackboard every day. I can't wait to explore the AA. You are my new best friend. I can't wait to explore the AAR. When we're back on campus, go see Natalie. She's giving you a prize. Awesome. Thanks, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, do the
Thank you, guys.
modules. And we're gonna leave it on to Jillian, and we're gonna get back to our emails. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Everybody. Thanks, Laura and Rissa. Oh, you're getting so many thank yous in the chat. Wow. I better get as many. Just kidding. So good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're coming from. My name is Jillian. I am the International Student Housing and Settlement Advisor. Many of you here, I am seeing some familiar names. Obviously, a lot of my colleagues are here, which is great. And then I have no doubt that a lot of these students I have met before in the chat. I'm recognizing a lot of the names. Many of you came to my settlement sessions that I ran throughout August, which is great. So none of this will be overly new to you. Oh, Ravina saying, Jillian, can we have your guessing game? So I have a tendency to guess where people are from. I think there's too many of you, Ravina, here today, but I'm really happy that you asked that. That makes me happy. So before we get started, I am going to introduce Kate from the Folk Arts Multicultural Center. Kate is here this morning to talk to you about our International Student Connect program, which is a really wonderful program that is available to all of our international students. And I'm going to let Kate tell you more about what that program entails and how you can receive amazing services and support from Kate through her work with this program. So Kate, do you want to join us?
Hi, thank you, Jillian.
No problem.
Thank you so much. So maybe I can share my screen here. Let me see. Here. Okay. Can you see my screen, Jillian?
Yes, we can. You're good to go.
Okay. Thank you so much. So hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Kate. I am the International Student Connect Facilitator. And I came here today with my another colleague of mine. Her name is also Jillian. She's our volunteer coordinator at our Niagara Folk Arts Multicultural Center. So I hope I could introduce this project to you because I find that's valuable and helpful for our international students. So first of all, if you want to get to know us and maybe contact us later after this, feel free to take a screenshot of this page. This is the ways that you could contact us through different platforms. And also if you want to book appointment with me, feel free to shoot an email to this address. And So let me introduce our center a little bit. We call ourselves as Niagara Folk Arts Multicultural Center. So we are a settlement agency located downtown St. Catharines. This is our main office. So if you're coming here and living in this area, or also after the pandemic getting better, feel free to visit us at downtown St. Catharines. Also, if you are living near somewhere at the Falls or Welland or near St. John Adult Learner Center, you can also feel free to visit us at the satellite offices. So about what we can do for you, we offer different kinds of services from settlement service to language learning. However, what I want to point it out is that usually for international students, those 4 services are most valuable and reachable. We have the community connections and volunteer opportunities for you. So if you want to get connected and involved in the local community, feel free to reach out to us. And also here is our main website. Feel free to learn more if you want to about the International Student Connect program. So I just want to introduce this program to you. So what do we do? This ISC project was created to provide settlement supports to international students and their families to assist them in integrating successfully if they decide to remain in Ontario after they have completed their studies. So basically, this program is a partnership between college, universities, and community settlement agencies. This project is being funded by the Ministry of Citizenship and Immigration. And due to immigration policy as well as personal circumstances, international students have particular needs compared to the general newcomer population in relation to, for example, immigration, spouse family needs, and employment, as well as the annual range of concerns, for example, healthcare, housing, etc. Moreover, international students are not eligible to receive federally funded settlement service. So understanding that kind of situation, we also understand that post-secondary institutions such as Niagara College have your own international student office. And however, you are probably focusing primarily on supporting student life. And so we are aware that maybe we can have something more to offer in the area of settlement concerns, especially after graduation. Many international students may be not aware of the wider array of community-based programs and service available to them. International students require tailored service, for example, time to meet their needs when their needs became relevant for them, like not necessarily when they begin their university studies, but especially as their studies are ending, and in relevant formats, including in person. This is where we as settlement agencies are trying to make an impact. We ensure that you have a smooth transition from student life to a permanent Canadian resident if you so desire. So about how to join us, because we understand that today we have very limited time. We have different ways, like for example, the first one is Let's Connect sessions. Usually for Niagara College students, we have these kind of sessions on every Tuesday, but for the exact time, you need to check with your advisor, like Natalie or Jillian. Usually that's going to be on Thursday, either in the morning or in the afternoon, usually around 1 hour. And I will be there to talk about probably something general about what resource that we could offer to you through this project, or maybe there will be a specific theme that, for example, like insurance or tax in Canada or immigration pathways, that I will give you some general information about those, and you can ask me questions if you like. So for this part, our next session is going to be on September 14th in the afternoon, 1:30 p.m. Feel free to join me. If you want to join me, contact Natalie, please, to register. And another way, if those times are not good for you, another way to see what we can do is to get on the website to see there are pre-videotaped workshops, webinars available for you on different subjects. You can watch them by yourself on YouTube or just through the official website. Another way is that we also offer one-on-one sessions that like appointment. You can book appointment with me through those 2 emails. So during those sessions, you can ask me specific questions based on your own situation, and I will try my best to answer your questions. And if I cannot, I will find out who can help you and refer you to them. So that's what we do, because thank you so much for Jillian for that time for us. I just want to make sure that you got what I'm saying. So let's do a little game, okay? So can anybody answer those kind of questions that you can type in the chat box if you know the answer? What does ISC stands for? I can see, yeah, there's answers coming up. Somebody choose C, somebody choose D. Okay, thank you. I would say it's an easy one. The correct answer is International Student Connect, not Canada. So if you want to find what we do, feel free to type those 3 words on Google, International Student Connect, then you can find us, find the website that we're doing. Okay, next question. Ready? What information I can learn? I mean, you can learn, of course. Students can learn in Let's Connect sessions. A little hint, this is a multiple choice question. So somebody choose C and D, so I can assume that job search and immigration are quite important to you, right? And I definitely agree. Those are very important topics for international students. And thank you for participating. And the correct answer is actually, we have all those covered in our sessions, and maybe even more of that. And if you have topics that you care about, maybe more specific ones, like how to get a driver's lesson, then tell us. Maybe we can, if there's enough audience, we can have a special session talking about those kind of topics. Okay, then next question is a true or false question. So here is the situation. I am a newcoming student at Niagara College, currently living in my home country. So you are not here yet, and you want to know how to get a driver's lesson. Okay, sorry, I just talked about this like previously. And so if you want to know about those informations, you can, there's 2 attend there. Sorry for that mistake. You can attend Let's Connect session on Tuesdays or book a one-on-one session with me. Is that true or false? Perfect, that's true. Thank you. Yeah, definitely. No matter where you are, like you are living in Niagara or not, or you live far away in another province of Canada, or even you are not coming yet, it's always nice to reach out and contact us. And especially if you are planning to come in here soon, it's always nice to get yourself prepared before you came here. Because from our understanding, some of you came from maybe hotter countries that the weather could be really different. Maybe you should get yourself prepared, get all the equipment ready before you came. So next one, the situation is like you will graduate from Niagara College soon next year, and you want to know how to transition yourself after you graduate. By transition, I mean, maybe you want to find a job, maybe you want to stay here for a longer time, apply for your PR in the future. So in those situations, you can attend the Let's Connect session and contact me. Thank you, that's true. That's also very, very obvious. Yes, of course, I think that's the part that we are especially focusing right now, because we understand after you graduate from your college, from your institution, maybe you will not get that connected anymore. And at this point, it's always a nice choice to try to see what the community can do for you. So feel free to contact us if you have those needs. And then the last one. I will graduate from Niagara College soon, and I want to know how to apply for PR. And in this case, you can ask me to advise you to apply for PR. Is that true or not? Okay, so that's a tricky one. I just want to make sure that you understand this. It's actually not true because, as I have said, I can give you general ideas, information about different pathways, about different options you could have, about everything you want to know. However, I could not give you advice. I could provide you with the resource and you need to make the decision by yourself because I am not a licensed immigration advisor. So if you have questions, you can ask me. However, I could never really give you advice in those kind of matters. We hope that you could understand. And if you feels like after you attend all those information sessions, if you feels like you really need a licensed immigration advisor, then probably we can see, is there anyone available, or is there any other thing we could do for you? Okay. So thank you so much for listening to me. And again, our next session is going to be on September 14th in the afternoon, 1:30. So on that day, I will explain in details about what kind of different resource that we have in ISC session and everything. So thank you so much, Jillian. I will give this back to you. Let me stop sharing here. Okay.
Thank you, Kate. So again, just to reiterate what Kate has said, it's a wonderful resource to have. So Kate certainly fills that gap between what your ISA can provide you in terms of a service. So again, please do make sure that you attend those sessions. And now, before we get into my presentation, where I talk a bit more about settlement and housing in Niagara, we are going to show you a fire safety video. Now, you may be thinking, oh, that's so boring, but fire safety is so important. I can't stress that enough. And especially for our international students who might not be aware of the rules and regulations that we have here in Ontario and in Niagara, it's really important for you to understand what is legally enforced here in terms of carbon monoxide detectors, smoke alarms, all that sort of stuff. So please do watch this video. Please do take it seriously. We don't want any of you to have fires in your off-campus rentals or wherever it is that you're staying. And then after this video, we're going to talk more about settlement and what sort of services I can provide you and your families. So Natalie, you can start the video. Thank you.
Hello, Niagara College students. My name is Andrew Allen. I'm a fire prevention officer with the Welland Fire and Emergency Services. I'm going to talk to you today about fire safety in the home. It's important that you understand some fire safety before you go off on your own and live in an apartment or on residence or in a house. First thing I want to talk to you about today is smoke alarms. Smoke alarms are very important and they are required in every residence. You must have a smoke alarm outside of your sleeping area, and sometimes you require a smoke alarm inside your bedroom as well. Before you rent, please ask your landlord if you do have working smoke alarms and make sure they are functioning. You're also required to have carbon monoxide alarms. A carbon monoxide alarm is an alarm that will alert you to a colorless, odorless, and tasteless gas that could be released by accident through a fuel burning appliance such as a furnace. This is also required by law. It's important to have one of these outside of all sleeping areas, and it is also good to have one inside your bedroom. Some of you may be living in an apartment building or in a residence where you've got multiple bedrooms. It's important that you keep doors closed. A closed door will help prevent the spread of smoke and fire during an emergency. If you are evacuating, please close all doors behind you. We want to make sure that the exit doors in a hallway in an apartment building are also closed at all times and closed on their own. They will have a device that closes behind them automatically, and if these devices don't work or the doors are held open, please contact your landlord. These doors are meant to be in the closed position, and when you exit the building, they will close and contain any fire or smoke within the building. Another fire safety tip I'd like to talk to you about is electrical safety. Overloading electrical outlets can be dangerous. Please do not plug in too many devices into one outlet. Working smoke alarms in your home can save your life. Working carbon monoxide alarms in your home can also save your life. It is your landlord's responsibility to have these devices where you live, and it is important to have them outside of all sleeping areas and inside your bedroom in some cases. Please never disable an alarm or take a battery out of an alarm. It is illegal, and it could risk your life by doing so. Leaving the home and closing the doors behind you will help make you safe. Once you are outside, you can call 911. Calling 911 will bring the fire department and the firefighters to assess the situation. Please do not go back inside your house or your apartment once you are outside. If you have any fire safety questions or concerns, please contact your landlord. If your landlord is not responding to you, please feel free to contact the Welland Fire Department at the number and the contact information that is being shown now.
Okay, so that is done. Hopefully you took away some really good key points there. So I'm going to start with my presentation. Let me figure out how to share my screen here. So this presentation is really all about housing and settlement. So housing, of course, is kind of your foundation of life in Niagara, your new life and journey in Canada. It's really important that you start your research as soon as possible in terms of finding appropriate housing and understanding what settlement needs you or your family or whoever it is you're traveling here with may need upon arrival. And really what I want you to take away from this presentation today is that when you do have settlement needs, whether it's upon arrival, whether it's in a year from now, whether it's when you're about to graduate, that you know where to get those services from and you know who to go to ask those questions. So really, really important. And yeah, let's get started. So who are we? Well, it's me. So I am currently at our Welland campus, but I'm hoping to get to our Daniel J. Patterson campus once or twice a week to really ensure that I'm interacting and connecting with our students there as well. I am also available for appointments, so please don't ever hesitate to reach out. Somebody will put my email address in the chat now for you. So again, no question is a silly question. Don't ever hesitate to reach out. That is what we're here for. And essentially what I support students with is anything non-academic. So as you heard from Rissa and Laura, all of you will have an ISA who can support you through your academic and immigration needs. And my role is really to support you through all of your non-academic needs. And really, like I've mentioned, those are things that you really need to thrive and settle truly into the Niagara community. We want you here to focus on your academics and to succeed academically, but we also want you to succeed socially, emotionally. And in order to do that, you need to truly feel like you're part of our community. And you need to have all of those other things like housing, bank accounts, social insurance numbers. You need to get all of that sorted so that you can really focus on your academic life and also your social life here in Niagara. So we're going to talk a little bit about housing. So there are two types of housing currently. We pre-pandemic, we would have three types of housing. And that third type is our homestay program or our landing pad program, which is when a student lives with a Canadian family. Because of the pandemic, that program is still on hold. However, it's temporary. The homestay program will come back at some point, hopefully sooner rather than later. But as all of you know, everything is dependent on the pandemic and health and safety of our students and our community members takes priority. So for now, our two options are off-campus housing, so renting a room in a home or getting your own apartment, or on-campus residence. So we're going to talk a little bit about both of those. Some of you may already have housing if you're already here in Canada. Some of you may not have housing. So, you know, if you have housing already, that's great. But this information can still help you, you know, if you ever want to move again, or if you just want to have a better understanding of kind of off-campus housing or residence and what Niagara College staff can and can't do for you in regards to that. So off-campus rentals, the first thing that I want to really establish is that it is not coordinated or regulated by the college. So unfortunately, all I can really do is provide you with resources, information, and advice. I can't actually go out and find you a place to rent. Having said that, I am happy to give you information on neighborhoods. I'm happy to take a look at your lease or contract. We also have a lawyer who can support you through that as well if you would like some legal eyes on any documents. And I can send you so many links and resources to help you find a place to live. But ultimately, it is up to our students to contact landlords, ask questions, to hopefully go see in person a place to rent, you know, get acquainted with the neighborhoods and things like that. So again, I'm always here to answer your questions and to provide advice and support, but you ultimately have to make the decision as to where you're going to live, since you are the ones that are going to be signing your lease. And that lease or document or contract is a legal document. So it's really important that you do that work to find a place to live. So off-campus rentals really, the prices will really vary depending on size, location, number of rooms, etc. So obviously, the more convenient of location, the newer the home, the bigger the bedroom are going to be a bit more expensive. So it's really up to the student and their personal financial situation, their budget, and what sort of things they're looking for. So for example, in Welland, for our Welland students, campus is surrounded by lots of neighborhoods. It's in a very residential area. So there are quite a few rentals and rental homes that are very close to campus, within walking distance of campus. And there's lots of other rentals that are maybe a bit longer of a walk, maybe 15, 20 minutes, or a really short bus ride. Our students at our Daniel J. Patterson campus in Niagara-on-the-Lake, there is a neighborhood close by, but there's not as many options really close to campus. Having said that, there's a really good transit system that if you live, you know, for example, downtown St. Catharines, close to the bus terminal in Niagara Falls, you can get a direct bus to campus. So most of our students who study out in Niagara-on-the-Lake do live in St. Catharines or Niagara Falls, and there's a lot of rentals there available as well. Typical prices are anywhere between $450 and $650 a month. Again, I would say on average, you're looking at about $550 is kind of the average price. Students who are paying upwards to $650 might have their own private bathroom, might be in a very new home with a really big room, might be, you know, directly next door to campus. So there's a lot of factors that go into how much a room costs. Again, how many roommates you have, things like that. We would always recommend that you have a lease or a contract. A lease or a contract, like I mentioned, is a legal document, and it protects both you and the landlord. So again, if a landlord is not suggesting or asking that you sign a lease, that would be a red flag. So please do ensure it has a lease. Some leases are 12-month leases, which means you have to live in your rented room for a year. Some are 4 months, some are 10 months, some are month to month. So it's really up to that landlord as to what they want to include in the lease, how long that lease is. So I would say on average, they're typically 10 or 12 months. If you can find one that's 4 months, that's great. But it really just depends. The two main websites that we recommend to our students are placesforstudents.com and Niagara College OCL, which stands for Off-Campus Living. We do have a lot of other resources though. So if you're not finding what you are looking for on those two websites, I have additional resources I can give you. So please do email that website you see there, or my own, email the email address that you see there, or my own email address, which can go in the chat. And I will, again, I can help you step by step in this journey looking for off-campus rentals. And I know a lot of our students are also coming with families, whether that's a partner, spouse, or children. So they're not always looking for traditional student homes. They might want to rent their own home with no other students. They might want to rent out a basement apartment, which I should let you know are very common here in Canada. Many homes, if not all homes really, for the most part, all have basements. And many of our basements legally can be rented as long as they have the proper windows for renting, which essentially they have to be a certain size for safety measures. But it is very common to, when you're a student, to live in the basement, or a teenager. A lot of teenagers often want to take the basement room. When I was a student, I lived in a basement room. So very common. I know basements aren't as common in other countries. So sometimes our students get here and they're like, oh, no, I don't want to live in a basement. So again, very common here. So families, again, please do email me because I can give you some additional resources to help you and your family find a place that's more family appropriate rather than individual student appropriate. Okay, so let's move on to residence. So on-campus residence, each campus has its own residence that, again, right on campus, so highly convenient. Definitely more expensive than off-campus rentals at $952 a month. And that is for the entire academic year. So it is an 8-month contract. So there's a huge amount of positive things associated with residence. You're going to get that traditional student dormitory style experience, monthly events, and a great opportunity to meet other students. We have residence life staff available there to support students and answer questions. Obviously, the safety factor, you need your swipe key to get in. We have staff at the front desk there. There is a lounge area where you can watch TV or play pool, on-site laundry. There's a communal kitchen, a large kitchen that you can use. And you have your own kind of small kitchen type of area just outside your bedroom as well that you would share with one other student. So lots of wonderful things about residence. Really depends on what sort of experience you're looking for and what your budget is. So if you are interested in residence and you haven't yet applied, my advice would be to do so immediately. The website is niagararesidence.ca. Hopefully somebody can put that in the chat for us. There's virtual tours on the residence website. There's, all the information about the amenities included. So please go take a look at that. And again, spaces are very limited right now. So if you are interested in residence, please do apply immediately. But just something to consider, some students might live in off-campus rentals their first year and then move into residence their second year. So lots of options there. And then students, if you are interested in the homestay or landing pad program, please do keep an eye out on our housing website. And as soon as that is given the green light to go ahead, we will be putting that information on our website. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what settlement means and what sort of services I can provide you. So again, settlement is not something you're just going to need when you arrive. You might need settlement support throughout your whole journey as an international student, and that is totally fine. We are here to help you. So community participation. So a lot of our students, when they first get here, it can be quite an overwhelming experience, and you're looking to kind of connect with your new community and be involved in your new community, or you're just looking for something outside of school to participate in. So that could be, I don't know, a local soccer team, a church or a place of worship, some sort of cultural group. So however, or whatever it is you're looking for, whatever hobby you have, maybe it's a choir, all of you are going to have such different interests and hobbies. And it is my job to do my best to ensure that I'm helping you find a way to connect within the community and to participate in the community. So please do come and see me about that. Employment support for family members. So we do have career services on campus, which do a wonderful job at supporting our students with resumes, cover letters, interview preparation. But unfortunately, there's limited resources that can support family members with employment support. So I will be sometime over the fall and the winter offering sessions on interview tips and tricks, how to write a cover letter and how to write a resume. So please do stay on top of our events calendar for those. But if your partner is looking for somebody to read over their resume or give them advice on how to look for employment, or need some information about interviewing in Canada, please do let me know. I'm happy to do a one-on-one session with your partner, because it really is important to note that resumes look different throughout every country has their own style of resume. And it's really important that everyone here has a Canadian style resume. So again, please do get in touch if you do have a partner who's traveling with you who will be looking for employment support. And for the rest of our students, please do contact Career Services for support with cover letters, resumes, or interviews. Banking and credit. So something most of our students are going to want to look for is opening a bank account. So please do get in touch with me. I have a lot of resources and I can, provide you with more information on how to open a bank account and how to build credit. Again, cost of living. So moving abroad, one of the challenges is really becoming knowledgeable about how much things cost. And Canada, our groceries can be quite pricey. Cell phones are more expensive here than most other countries. I think we have some of the most expensive cell phone plans in the world. And I believe that's down to kind of our tower. Canada is obviously a very large country geographically, and we have to have extra towers. I don't know if that's exactly why our cell phones are so expensive, but that's what somebody told me. So I know in other countries, it's much cheaper, and sometimes our students get here and they're like, oh my goodness, my cell phone is $75 a month or whatever it is. So building a budget, not just as an international student, but as a student in general, is really important. Orientation to living in Canada. So again, talking about things like food, weather, even just looking at the Niagara community, or the Niagara region, and how big our region is. What are the different towns and cities and municipalities within our region? What can we do on weekends that costs nothing or very little? So lots of different things we can talk about. How do taxes work in Canada? Things like that. So all of those little things that may be different here to your home country. Referrals to community agencies. So depending on your needs, I can talk to you about, what else is in the community that can support you. Subsidy support. So government subsidies specifically, we can look at whether you're eligible for daycare subsidies or any other subsidies that may be available. Tax information. So again, in the spring, which is our tax time here in Canada, we will be running tax clinics. So again, I really encourage all of you to always be keeping up with our events calendar, because anything that we, any sessions that we have or anything that's going on to support students will always be in our events calendar. So really important. I know some students missed out on our tax clinic last year and, had so many questions about their taxes. So I really encourage all of you to participate in that. Conflict resolution. So whether that's with roommates, employers, etc. So you can come, I can always provide you advice on dealing with conflict. Elementary and high school information for students with families. So again, we're seeing more and more families coming to Canada, which is wonderful to see. But those families do sometimes need additional support than students who are coming on their own. So if you're coming with children specifically, I'm sure that's just an added stress because you want to ensure that your children are, settling well and are happy and getting the education that they need. So I can give you lots of advice on our education system here. I can help you with registering them in daycares or schools. If they need to register for their school bus to pick them up, all of those things I can help you with to help really ease that, alleviate that stress and again, support you through that journey. So this is just a small list. Really, again, anything that's non-academic, please do come to me. If I can't help you or if I'm not the appropriate person, I will always refer you to wherever it's most appropriate or to another community agency. So you don't always have to go through this process alone, okay? So we're just going to talk about some tips for renting. Please make sure, and we say this because we've seen everything here in International. We've seen students experience all sorts of different things. So really, it's important that you ask all the right questions to a potential landlord. So if you plan on touring an apartment, make sure you ask the tour guide or the landlord, whoever's there with you, to show you the actual unit that you're going to be interested in renting. Just sometimes landlords will show you a different unit and then you move in and it's not what you had originally seen. So really important that you ask that of your landlord. We encourage our students not to spend a ton of money on furniture or furnishings. There's a lot of places where you can get affordable furniture, secondhand furniture. It's very popular in Canada to shop secondhand, especially for furniture. And there's lots of ways that you can, paint it yourself or clean it up and things like that. So again, that's something you can ask me about. I do get lots of emails. Where can I buy affordable student-like furniture? And there's lots of places. When I was a student and I lived with 4 other girls, we just kind of asked our family members for whatever it was that they had that they were willing to get rid of. So we had a big mix of furniture, nothing matched, but we didn't care. So again, if you're not going to be, taking it with you when you go home, if you go home, or you eventually want to kind of upgrade to maybe something a bit nicer, good reason not to spend too much now. Again, ensure there's fire safety. Make sure you have a smoke detector and carbon monoxide detector wherever it's appropriate in the home. Just really important. We've seen some unfortunate situations where students have had fires in the home and they didn't have tenant insurance, and we don't want that for any of you. So, it should be the landlord's responsibility, but you also want to ensure that you're protecting yourself. So again, please do make sure that you have that you check when you're renting. Make sure that you check that your smoke alarms are working, because often they run out of batteries and you might not know that they're not working. So please ensure they're working, and please ensure that you have the carbon monoxide detector as well. Location. The closer to campus, the better for most of our students. Some of our students might have a job and they might want to live, halfway between their job and campus, or everyone has different situations. But generally, we do encourage students to live as close to campus as possible and really ensure that you're on a bus route. Convenience is hugely important when you're a student. You're going to be on campus a lot, hopefully, whether it's, obviously in class, meeting up with friends, going to the library. Of course, this is post-pandemic when everything, goes back to some sense of normalcy. But you don't want to be missing class because you're living too far. You also want to be on a bus route. Really, really important. We do have the Niagara Transit app that you should all download. And whenever you're looking for a place to rent, you want to use that transit app to ensure that it's on a bus route and that you can get to wherever you need to go in a reasonable amount of time. Okay. So really, really important. And again, for our students in Welland, you have some more options there. You know, we're surrounded by neighborhoods. Speak to your housing advisor. So again, that's me, and check out our events page for all settlement related sessions. If there's any particular session that you think would be really helpful, you know, if you're speaking to friends or people in your class and, you know, you're all kind of have questions about the same thing, or you just think something might be especially helpful, email me, and I'm, you know, happy if possible to put together a session for our students. You know, our services really should reflect the needs of our students. So I'm always open to feedback. And again, I'm always here to meet with students. I love meeting with students one-on-one. And again, just don't be afraid to reach out. Some important resources that I want to share with all of you, and you might have already through orientation today seen these, I'm not sure, but I know next up is insurance. So GuardMe Insurance, so they're probably going to talk to you about the first one here, which is Keep Me Safe. I think you'll probably see us promoting Keep Me Safe a lot, and there's a reason for that. It's because it's the most amazing service for our students. It is part of your GuardMe Insurance, and it is a service that provides mental health support in a culturally appropriate way. So mental health looks different throughout the world and throughout different cultures. And the Keep Me Safe app really provides our students an opportunity to access 24/7 support in hopefully most of your languages, your native languages, and from a way that they understand culturally what mental health may look like to you. So students often may face, you know, anxiety or feeling overwhelmed, or unfortunately sometimes depression and other many mental health you know, issues throughout their time as a student. Maybe you won't, and maybe you will. But if you do, it's really important for you all to know that there are, again, multiple services here to support you. Keep Me Safe is a great one for our international students because, like I said, it gives you the opportunity to speak to a counselor, a registered counselor in your native language. And it's available to you 24/7. So I'm sure they will speak to you a bit more about that in the next presentation, but I just want to highlight what a great service it is for our students. I mentioned the Niagara Transit app. Please do get this transit app. It tells you exactly when your bus is coming, which bus stop to go to, et cetera, et cetera. It'll make your lives a whole lot easier. So please do get that. Again, GuardMe Insurance, they're going to be talking to you more about it in just a bit. But really important, as soon as you get your policy number as well, to go through it, understand what your insurance covers, how to submit claims. If you are coming with a partner or children, you can add them as dependents so that they also have health insurance. So really familiarize yourself with the website and what you're actually covered for. BNC Ready modules. I know Laura has taught and Rissa spoke to you about that, but again, just like all of our other resources, we're going to talk to you about them a lot because they're just so important. So the BNC Ready modules follow the whole cycle, the life cycle of a Niagara College international student. So from getting ready to leave your home country and arrive in Canada to graduation. And they're not long, they're 5, 10, 15 minutes, but they will truly prepare you for every aspect of student life. That includes, you know, academic integrity, timetable support, tech support. We talk about food. We talk about how to be prepared for the winter. You know, we get a lot of questions from our students coming from hot climates about winter in Canada. Do our Be Winter Ready module. It'll give you a lot more information. We even teach you how to walk on ice in this module, okay? So lots of important things like, you know, how to be money ready, housing ready, family ready. There's so many. So we can't encourage you enough to go complete as many as possible. A lot of them are mandatory, but we recommend you do all of them. And then the Niagara College mobile safety app. So again, speaking of winter, for example, if we have a storm and campus is closed, that will be on our safety app. And there's a lot of other safety tips there for you. So we do recommend all of those to our students, and we have, you know, way more resources than just these, but these are just some that I really wanted to highlight. Another one I really want to highlight that's not on here is our PAL Mentor program. So our pre and post arrival link. It's a really, really wonderful program that allows you to connect with other international students who might be in their first, second, or even third year here. And these students can mentor you through your transition to becoming a Niagara College student who lives in Canada. They've gone through it all. They can give you advice on, you know, cell phones, or how to get involved on campus, or even academic information. They can give you tips and tricks on, you know, what time to go to the library when it's less busy, or, you know, where's the best place to get coffee on campus, little things like that. So hopefully somebody can put it in the chat for me, but you can take a look at which PAL mentors there are, and you can contact them by email and ask them any of your questions. And they are so ready and willing to help our new incoming students. So again, really encourage all of you to check out just our website. Go on our international website, spend some time looking at all of our links. Again, if you have any questions, there's so many staff members here to help you. And even if if you send me an academic question by accident, forgetting who to go to, I will forward it to your ISA. So the most important thing is getting that question out there, and then we will forward it to the appropriate person. But like I'm sure everyone else mentioned in all of your emails, please do include your student number so that we can ensure we're supporting you to the best of our abilities. And email us once. We will get back to you, but it is a very busy time right now. So I think that's it. I'm going to go check the chat to see what sort of questions we have. Oh, my chat says 99 plus. So I think there's probably a lot of questions in there. I think some students are speaking in Punjabi to each other, which I can't understand. But I'm going to put, again, my email address. Any settlement concerns? Just checking the queue. Oh, no questions in the Q&A. So, wow, 108 answered. That's amazing. So I think Michelle and Natalie and Marilia have been working really hard there to answer some questions. So thank you for that. So I'm going to turn it back over to Natalie, and then Natalie will be able to introduce you to, I believe, GuardMe Insurance, who will be able to talk to you more in depth about insurance. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Jillian. We're just waiting for our GuardMe representatives to join the webinar. They just had a little glitch with their technology, the joy of Zoom. So hopefully they will be joining us shortly. I do know that a couple of students were asking about specifically how do they get in touch with Kate from the International Student Connect program. So again, if somebody doesn't mind throwing our events calendar in the chat. All of our sessions you can find on that events calendar. It continues to be updated as new sessions are created, whether that is a session with us here in International, or a session with our student government, your NC-SAC, our International Student Connect program, all areas of the college, any events that are going on, will get linked to that calendar. So please do check that calendar often. There's also a weekly schedule that is on our BNC Ready app, so you can also join things from that. And I see that Lucia is here, so I am happy to introduce you all to Lucia. She works for our international student insurance company, GuardMe. And so Lucia is here to talk to us all about your GuardMe insurance. And again, please feel free to add questions to the Q&A box We will try to answer some as we go, and we'll leave some to the end to pose to Lucia, and she can answer them for us as well. So welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's lovely to see you again.
Thank you so much, Natalie. We were having last minute issues, you know, it's always something new, but that will keep us in our toes. So thank you everybody for being here and attending this session. My name is Lucia, and Natalie was saying I am the account manager for GARMI for all the international students attending Niagara College. So as an international student, it's mandatory that you are covered, and you are so. GARMI will cover any new illness, accidents, or sickness that happens within the term of your policy, within the start date of the program, and that's September 1st. So you are covered 100%, no deductibles. We work with no deductibles or no co-payments. Any hospital fees, x-ray, lab testing, prescription medication given by the doctor, that's included in your policy. Now, it's very important to understand that this policy is applicable and effective when you are in Canada, not when if you are still transiting from home, you cannot make use of this policy. So when you are here, just be aware that even though you are covered as of September 1st, you will need to receive a welcome email to your Niagara College email address, okay? So please make sure that around the third week of September, you will receive a welcome email from us. You are going to click where it says download your policy, and that will just sort of activate the policy. Now, activates only means that you download the information, but you are already covered as of September 1st. So if you have any illnesses or sickness or something that requires for you to access the healthcare in Ontario or in Canada, please do that and keep the receipt for your record so you can proceed later on and submit your claim to get the refund. This is an image that a screenshot that I have shared with, that I want to share with you about the healthcare access card. Okay, it has your name, date of birth, and the start date and end date of the policy. Certificate is also what we call the policy number. So make sure that you do two things when you receive the email. You're going to take a screenshot, take a print, either your photos or something that you have always access to this information, and you are going to print, have a hard copy of this emergency healthcare access card, okay? Because some providers will ask you for the hard copy of the policy. Also, some dental offices and pharmacies will request proof of the policy. So it's never too little to be proactive and have both the soft copy and the hard copy, okay? Our claims team is the department and the team that is ready to assist you when you are heading to the hospital. So we make sure that wherever you are heading to, they are ready to direct bill GARMI. It is important that you give our claims team a call before you head to the hospital. More important as well, that if the doctor requests that you check expensive testing, whether it's a CT scan, an ultrasound, an X-ray, any of that you give us a call so we can confirm whether the procedure or the test is approved and covered by the policy. And why is this? Because these expensive testing are not direct bill. You have to pay first. So you really want to make sure that every expense that you are going into will be covered by the policy. If you are heading to the hospital or any other healthcare place, make sure that you bring the GARMI card that I just showed to you, and your identification, whether it's a student ID, passport, something else, and be ready to pay for the visit if this facility is not part of the network. So how it works is GARMI has a long list of partners in the healthcare system, walk-in clinics and hospitals, but not all of them. So if you are nearby one of the few that are not part of the network, you can always go there, but just make sure that you have to pay upfront and then submit the claim to us. In a nutshell, this is just very few bullet points of the items and circumstances that we will cover the policy, okay? As I mentioned earlier, anything that is new within the time frame of the policy from September 1st until the end of the policy, illness, injury, and accident will be covered, okay? Also, we will cover, it's important that you know, the medical treatment of COVID-19. Medical treatment is not, you got COVID, you need to be home, quarantine, of course, and take Tylenol for, whatever time. Tylenol is considered an over-the-counter medication, so therefore it will not be covered. But if you need to go to the hospital to get oxygen, if your breathing is complicated, if you need to be intubated, some other complications have arisen because of COVID, that will be covered, no questions. Following those lines, another situations that are not covered with our policy is anything that might be related to the maintenance of an ongoing chronic condition, something that happened prior to the start date of the policy. We will not cover the quarantine expenses of the COVID-19, the testing or vaccination. Those three things will not be part of the coverage. You have one routine checkup per policy. Other than that is not covered. Anything that is not emergency, whether it's dental or surgery, will not be also included. Glasses, contact lenses are not. You do have one visit to the eye doctor just to check your prescription. That's per policy. Birth control medications are not included, and over-the-counter medications also not part of the policy. This is just, I always like to stop here for a second. Over-the-counter medication is anything that you can grab out of a shelf in a pharmacy and pay for it yourself. You don't need a prescription medication to buy this. In a lot of cases, these over-the-counter medications is what the doctor will recommend. In Canada, we're very strict with giving away painkillers. It's very strict, the writing of pharmaceuticals. So in most cases, the doctor, even if you go and visit the doctor, they will say, well, you need to take just Advil or Tylenol, or why not? Even though the doctor will write it on the notepad, it's considered an over-the-counter medication and therefore not part of the policy. If it makes you feel any better, all of us who have one or maybe two benefits in insurance will still have to pay from our pocket these items. This is a very good visual of a triage system. When you get sick, what do you do? Where do you go? So the first avenue that you have to take when you feel ill, when you are not feeling yourself, so you know you are coming down with something, mobile doctor. Mobile doctor is a service we provide free of charge in Canada only. If you go to the States by a weekend or why not, you will not be able to use it. And they are able to treat about 80% of the most common illnesses, okay? If the mobile doctor says you have to be checked by a doctor, then you proceed going to a walk-in clinic, you make the appointment, and hopefully you will go to a one that you don't have to pay for the visit, right? It's a direct billing. If the situation needs for you to go to the hospital, please do that. It's about 2% of the cases when we go to the hospital. If you are experiencing short of breath, chest pain, abdominal acute pain, you can't breathe, you can't see, you fainted, you're bleeding, don't even go with the mobile doctor or walk-in. You go straight to the hospital, you call 911, get an ambulance that will be covered, and then you get checked. Just a little bit of a personal experience here, so you know what is happening. A few days ago, I was having an extreme chest pain and I couldn't breathe. I usually don't go to the hospital ER unless I know that that's the way they had to go. I went to a walk-in clinic and they turned me away and they said, no, we cannot see you. You have to go to the ER. And I had to go after to the ER, and then they did all the tests. So that's just to show, if I couldn't drive, I would have called 911 and go straight to the hospital. But I don't have mobile doctor. We as Ontario residents, we don't have access to this great system. If I had mobile doctor, I would have called mobile doctor and he would have told me go straight to the ER. So I would have skipped the walk-in avenue. So this is just a little example of what's happening, okay? Because we are still living COVID times, our walk-in clinics and doctor's hours have changed a little bit. You have to make sure that you call them before you head to a walk-in clinic and they are able to see you. The last thing you want to be doing is going and spending your time and energy when you don't feel well and they tell you once you get there that they can't see you. It's just very unfortunate. So just make sure that you do that, you check, you call them and you make your appointment, okay? As soon as you receive your email from us where you have the policy number, please go to the GARMI/Niagara College. That's the customized website. And you are going to open your mobile doctor account. Please do that as soon as you get your policy number. Don't wait until you actually need to see the doctor or speak to one. You don't want to go through this process when you are not well. It's better to open and never have to use it than have to open it when you are not in the best shape. This mobile doctor is provided by a company named Maple. Is well recognized, and they have a network of 500 plus physicians across Canada. You can access the network anywhere in Canadian land. If you are in, Quebec, if you decide to go to Toronto, if you are anywhere here in Canada, you can access the system. Basically, you just explain what your symptoms are. You get paired with a doctor, and they will ask you some questions. If there is a need for them to prescribe medication, they will do that and ask you whether you want it to be mailed to you, to your home, the actual medication, or if you need it right away, then they can locate it to the nearby pharmacy. So it's your choice how bad you need to take the medication right away and so forth. So you have that option available to you. The customized site that we have created for all of you international students at Niagara College will grant you the access to open your GARMI account. You can purchase policy coverage for your dependents on other dependent tab is on the left side. You will do everything with your policy number. You can access the policy documents in your own language. You can find a clinic. You can submit claims. Mobile doctor and so forth. When you click find a clinic, you will see that the first option given on the top is mobile doctor. So we're always encouraging that you use that avenue because of the time invested in actually speaking to a doctor is minimum. It's about 10 minutes. The most people will wait on the line. Usually within 4 to 5, you're already speaking to one. And but if you have to go and see a doctor because that's what is happening, then type your address or your postal code and it will populate a list of clinics nearby. As I mentioned before, you are not obliged to actually use this ones. If you prefer to go to another one that is more convenient to you, do that and then submit the claim afterwards. And then again, you go back to the same website. You are going to click on claims. Make a claim, and then just upload the documents that are needed. So it's pretty straightforward. Policy certificate number, date of birth, and then you start following the steps, okay? You will need the reimbursement information. And this is important also to know here. Sometimes a student goes to the emergency or to the hospital and we are not notified. So you go, the hospital, they take care of you, they do all the exams. And when you leave the hospital, they give you an invoice. This invoice, it means you have to submit payment. So what you need to do once you receive this and you're home, you need to go into our customized site and upload this invoice. We GARMI, we need to pay the hospital on your behalf. Believe me, you don't want to be responsible for an outstanding payment with your name on it, because collection will come after you, not after us. You have to tell us, GARMI, I went to the hospital, I had appendix surgery, whatever the case was, please take care of it. If you don't tell us, it's very rare that we will be contacted for this. So please make sure that you fill all the form. Tell us who are we paying. Are we paying you because you took the money out of your bank, or we are paying your homestay family or whoever paid the bill. Always add the receipts of the payment. If you don't add a proof of payment made, it's very difficult for us to proceed with that. And if you don't add the doctor's visit that you pay for, I am very sorry, we will not be paying any expense if there is no proof of payment attached. So I've seen many students really sad because they just lost their receipt and they didn't take a picture of it. That's what I always say. Please make sure every dime that you pay that is related to your claim, make sure that you take a picture just in case you lose the receipt. About your dependents, those are considered to be your spouse and or your children. They are not automatically covered by your policy at GARMI. Okay, GARMI is an individual policy, and it will be for you as a student. However, if you're here with your family, or if they are coming and join you halfway through the semester, or they will be here for a month, I will highly recommend that you take advantage of this opportunity where your dependents will have the same policy as you. Kindly take a picture of this slide. This is our contact information, so you know where to go. In case of an emergency, that's the phone number. If you have any general question, customer care at GuardMe is the team responsible to help you through it. If you are checking and monitor any outstanding or ongoing claim that is in process, or if you have a question related to a specific medical condition that you want to check whether it's covered or not within your policy, email claims@GuardMe. Make sure that you write the policy number in the subject line. And always make sure that the URL that is saved as a favorite in your computer is GuardMe/Niagara College. As I mentioned earlier and throughout, if you are experiencing an emergency, 911, ambulance, it will be taken to the hospital. All right, we are getting close to our end. Takeaways for today's presentation. Kindly make sure that you download your GARMI policy. Don't panic. The email will come around the 3rd week of September, not before. Take a picture of that card and print it. Have both available. Open your GARMI account and your mobile doctor account. Make sure you take pictures of all the medical expenses you pay for, and save the GARMI/Niagara College URL, because that's the hub of information where you are going to find everything and anything related to GARMI. Customer care at GARMI, if you have any question related to your policy or any question that is not really claims specific, and please write the policy number in the subject line. Natalie, I think that's all for me. I'll pass the mic to you, and I believe Nigar, my colleague Nigar, will continue on with Keep Me Safe, and then we'll do the Q&As. Is that the plan?
Perfect. Yeah. So we can pause. There are some questions in the Q&A box, but we can wait and leave those to the end, and then you and Nigar can answer them as whoever has the better answer.
I'm going to start checking the Q&As and see if I can start directly answering. And then if I see something convenient that to share with the rest of the team later on, we'll voice it out. Okay.
Perfect. So thank you so much, Lucia. And now Nigar is going to talk to us about the Keep Me Safe app. You've already heard Jillian say a little bit about it, but she's going to talk about the Keep Me Safe program and all the parts of that and how you can use that as a student. So thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me today. So let me start sharing my screen. Lucia, can you stop sharing your screen, please? Thank you. Okay. So as much as your health physical health is important for us, your mental health is important to us as well. So my name is Negar. I'm one of the members of the Keep Me Safe program, and I'm here today to talk to you about the Keep Me Safe program, which is a mental wellness student support program, and I'm going to walk you through it. So let's get started. The Keep Me Safe program is a free and confidential mental wellness student support program available to all international students at Niagara College. You can get support for things related to managing pandemic burnouts, achieving life, school, work balance, managing stress, depression and anxiety, family challenges, academic issues, relationship issues, and much more. Whatever it may be, if you're struggling with something and you need to talk to somebody, please reach out to Keep Me Safe program. Why use Keep Me Safe? We all need a help sometimes, right? Sometimes we need support, help managing life's challenges. So Keep Me Safe can help you be prepared for how to respond to obstacles that life throws at you and achieve success. This program is available any time of the day or night, provides you confidential access to mental health counselors, can be accessed from anywhere in the world, including your home country, is an easy way to get trusted and expert support. So how does this support look like? You can get unlimited real-time support. So accessing support is easier than you may think. For now, just make sure that you're scanning this QR code here on the screen, download the app, and set up your profile. There are different ways to get access, to get connected with a counselor. First one is our telephone number, and the other one is through chat, through the MySSP app, which is the main gate to this program, and we will talk about it a little bit later, and also from through our website. So you can call our toll-free number, as I mentioned, from anywhere in Canada or USA, or if you're elsewhere in the world, then you can call our international number. If you want to reach out to counselor for real-time support, you can connect through the phone or chat. You can also request to have scheduled appointments with the same counselor under a short-term solution-focused module. These sessions can get started within 3 days. Your scheduled appointments can be done by telephone, video conference, or in person. However, in-person counseling are not available at this time due to COVID-19, and it's also subject to availability by location. So what happens here is that you will get connected with a counselor that meets your needs, and you can set appointments that suits your schedule. So there are other services that is provided to you by Keep Me Safe. One is that Keep Me Safe will help you find community resources. You can ask to speak with the Family Support Service, FSS team, to get help finding resources in your community. Our team can assist you finding services like mental health services, childcare services, shelters, or substance abuse programs. As I mentioned, the MySSP app, which you will see the demo here right now, is the main gate to the program. It will provide you with hundreds of self-directed resources. You can get access to hundreds of health and well-being articles, videos, infographics, and you can also complete mental health assessments, which it's about general anxiety, depression, drug use, or substance use. So all these articles that you see, there are 4 main categories, and within each category, you will see more subcategories. These articles, these contents are available to you in 5 different languages. These are called our core languages: English, French, Mandarin, Cantonese, and Spanish. Whenever you call or you chat, these 5 languages are our guaranteed languages, which means when you call for real-time support, you get connected to these counselors who speaks these languages right away. So here are our assessment tools. They are completely anonymous, and nobody will find out that you have used these assessment tools. As you can see, there are different languages. Once you choose your preferred language, all the contents will be available in that specific language. So I just mentioned about the language, and I just want to highlight it again. You can always request for a counselor who speaks your language and understand your culture. Any time that you call, any time of the day or night when you call, 5 languages are available to you. Again, English, French, Spanish, Mandarin, and Cantonese. However, if you want to speak to a counselor that speaks any other languages, you can ask from our intake counselor to connect you with the counselor who speaks, let's say, for example, Italian or Punjabi, let's say. So we need your help here. We need you to tell us that you would like to speak to a counselor who speaks a language other than these core languages. We have over 60+ languages available. So, and you will be connected to these counselors who understand your language, they understand your culture. And the only thing that I want you to note is that these matching requests may require a scheduled appointment, and it's not guaranteed that you will be connected to them right away. Okay, so what to expect when you first time calling or chatting. During your first contact with the Keep Me Safe, whether you are calling or chatting, you will be set up your user profile to make it faster and easier for you to connect in the future. Our intake counselor will just confirm some of your information, and then we'll connect you with a counselor. Same thing with the chat. So when you want to initiate your first chat, you must read through the disclaimers and make sure your profile is complete. All check marks must be green to proceed. And also this is only for one time, so you don't need to update your profile every time. So accessing Keep Me Safe outside Canada and US. As I mentioned, you have access to this program from anywhere in the world. There are 3 options that you can get connected with the counselors outside Canada and US. So either you can make an international call from your phone, call collect, or call via Wi-Fi connection. When you call for real-time support from outside Canada, students will be connected with a Keep Me Safe counselor located in Canada. However, when you request for an appointment-based support, students will be connected with a counselor local to where they are currently in the world. I would like to bring this to your attention that Keep Me Safe is completely confidential within the limits of law, and no one, not your family, your friends, your school, nobody will ever know that you have connected to Keep Me Safe unless you chose to tell them. Again, if you didn't get a chance to scan the QR code, please do. It's really important that you have this app on your phone. In case you need support, you have access to the counselors right away. The telephone numbers here are both for within US and Canada, and also outside Canada and US. And as I said, counselors are available in multiple languages and any time of the day or night. We want to hear from you. We would love to hear your feedback, whether it's positive or negative. So if you have any feedback about your experience with Keep Me Safe, please share it with us. The ways that you can provide your feedback, it's either call us the same way that you will call to talk to a counselor and just indicate that you want to provide feedback or a complaint, or you can submit your feedback through our website. We're so social and we're everywhere. So please follow us on social media, and we will provide you with contents that get you inspired or explore tips on how to improve your mental well-being. We also have representative at your schools, so follow your campus ambassadors, your GuardMe campus ambassadors at Niagara College. Follow them on Instagram, NC_campus ambassadors. They are here to help you navigate through your GuardMe insurance or Keep Me Safe program. They can help you with any general inquiry that you may have, and will provide you with more information, especially on Keep Me Safe program. You can also join us. You can also join our campus ambassadors team. If you'd like to join us, you can scan the QR code you see on the screen, and you can send us the application. We would love to see more of you. There will be, like, this is a volunteering job, and it will be a great experience for you guys to gain Canadian experience. So I'm done here, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Natalie, back to you.
Thank you very much. Was there, Lucia, you were just in the question and answer. Is there anything specifically you would like to bring up before?
Yes, there were some questions about the dependents and how to purchase the dependents. And so the cost of the dependents policy is a daily rate. It's $1.65 Canadian per day. The minimum purchase is $20 through the web. We recommend that because you need your own policy number in order to purchase your dependents. So when you receive the policy number around the 3rd week of September, you can go into the customized site, enter your certificate or policy number, and then you can purchase your spouse and our children. It is important that you know that you have 30 days from the moment you receive the policy to backdate your family members' policy. I know this is complicated, so I'm just going to say it slowly. Hypothetically, you will receive your policy on September 25th. This is just a random date. You have until October 25th, 30 days, a month, to make sure that your spouse policy will be starting on September 1st. The way we're doing this is if your spouse had to go to the doctor on September 15, and of course you don't have the policy yet, you went to the doctor, you pay for the visit, you pay for the medications, you have the receipts, you want to claim this expense. If you don't purchase the policy within 30 days, you will lose that window to make the policy retroactive to September 1st. Natalie, it doesn't make sense what I'm saying, because I say it all the time and it makes sense to me, but sometimes it doesn't to the people I'm speaking to. So when you receive the policy, you have 30 days to make your spouse and our children's policy to retroactive as of September 1st. If you don't want to do that, because whatever is your reason, then don't. But just then don't wait until October, November 15. Oh, I had to claim this. Well, you just lose your chance, so you can't. This is the way. I also saw some questions here that say, well, what if I want to cancel? policy and insurance is not like tuition where you might have a cancellation policy and you can get some money back. So just, this is only another way of purchasing. Is we don't offer the option to purchase a monthly policy. So if you know that your spouse and children are going to be here for 6 months, purchase the policy for 6 months. Because if there's a lapse in coverage, there might be opportunity for not being paid. Another question I got is when I said that 165, I got a few questions. What do I do if I need to go to the hospital? Give us a call. I gave you the phone number. You can find it on the website. It's emergency. Give us a call. I'm Lucia. I don't have my insurance yet, and I have to go to the hospital. So we will help you with liaise with Niagara College in order to be able to release the policy for you. Please don't do that unless you actually have to, because there is a big process behind scenes that has to be done in order to release these policies. So this process has been in place for many years and it works. So yeah, I think that's it. I put the cost to my site where they can purchase the dependents. That's all I got from the Q&A.
So Lucia, if I know some of our students are here now or coming now and their family members are coming later. So then we're not so concerned about the 30 days and backdating, but once their family are here, should they purchase, or should they purchase now, but can the insurance start when their family arrives? So for example, I'm here now, you know, I know I'll get my policy number after the 10th day of class, but I know my family is going to join me in the middle of October. Should I add them now, or should I add them once they're in Canada?
Well, that's a good question. They cannot add them now because they won't have their policy number now. Just remember.
Yes, not to the 25th of September.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's up to them really when they want to pay the premium. What we suggest is they pay the policy the day they arrive in Canada, because the expenses, the cost of the healthcare in Canada is super high. We're talking about a doctor's visit could be $100 just because I had a stomach ache. Visit to the ER, it could be anywhere from $200 to $1,000. So if you have children, we all know that they get sick every other day. They won't have the access to a mobile doctor, which is pretty amazing. So I will actually encourage that once you're traveling, the process over the internet is the purchase over the internet is pretty quick. So purchase the policy 5 days before arriving. I mean, that's what it is. And make a match until they return home. Sometimes they don't stay for the whole term. For those that are going to be joining them for the winter season. So make sure that it matches the plane ticket. That's my rule of thumb. Arriving, departuring.
Perfect. I do have a question here, and this is probably a good time. I know our possible opt-out is happening now. It's been emailed out to students.
Yes.
So Maria is asking, I'm traveling mid-October. Should I postpone? She's thinking maybe opt out of her insurance. What's your opinion on that?
No, this is not an opt-out question, because when somebody opts out is because they are doing the program at home. And they have to carefully, the opt-out window is open. They can check it out in the website. I mean, I can't comment on it. I would say talk to the international department advisor. Maybe they can suggest what's happening, because October is really a month after the start date. So if it's going to be October and then May 31st, there is no way there's an opt-out option available. So.
I know we've been saying to students, if they're planning on traveling to Canada anytime during the fall term, so that's September to December 31st, then it's better to keep your insurance, because otherwise you have to purchase your own insurance for the amount of time that you're here, because their Guard-Me insurance won't be able to start again until January 1st, 2022.
Correct.
So,
once you opt out, once they opt out, there is no going back and revert that option. And it's going to be very expensive to get coverage otherwise.
So yes, you can't postpone your insurance. You can't wait till October to start it. It's either now or January. 1st, 2022. So please keep that in mind. I've said to many students during our sessions, if you're planning on traveling anytime over the fall, it's better to keep your insurance because it will be more expensive to purchase insurance outside of Gardmy.
I have a question here. It says Gardmy and Keep Me Safe are automatically pay for my institution fees. Yes, they are. You don't have to call us. You don't have to register. If you're an international student attending Niagara College, you have both access to Keep Me Safe if you are still home, from home, and Gardmy as soon as you land in Canada. So though you don't have to call, activate, nothing. The only thing you have to do is make sure that you check your Niagara College email account and download the policy, print it, and have it handy.
So we do have a question here. It says, we've already opened the Gardmy account and we already have a policy number. Do we have to wait until after the 10th day of classes before we add the dependents, or can we add them now since I already have a policy number?
I would like to know when is the end of that policy, because most likely that policy was an early arrival. That means expire on August 31st. Just check your end date. If your end date is open and then it's further along the way, then sure, go ahead. The only thing you need to purchase a dependent policy is your own policy. So if you have it and the customized site is allowing you to do that, go ahead. But I don't know when your policy ends, so I cannot comment on it. And by the way, your dependents can only, your dependence policy can only end on your end date. So you cannot have your dependents ending in a different date further along the line. So if your policy ends on December 31st, your spouse cannot end on January 31st, if that makes sense.
So they can end them earlier, as you said before, if they're not staying the whole term. So let's say they're staying for a month, you can get them a month and then they're over, but they can't last longer than the student's policy.
Correct.
My guess as well is this person is probably someone who came for quarantine and had early insurance through quarantine. So yes, make sure you check your end date. I think we've already pretty much answered this question. I'm going to travel on 25th of September. When can I opt out of Gardmy? You should not opt out of Gardmy because if you're traveling in September, you are going to need your insurance. So you can't opt out.
Yes, that's right.
Can I buy early arrival from December 23rd to December 31st for the winter term?
Yes, you can. If you can add early arrival, I think for, if I'm not mistaken, 30 days prior to the start date of your policy. So if your policy is supposed to start on January 1st and you're arriving mid-December, yes, you can purchase an early arrival.
And does that hold true even if it is a student that is opted out of their fall term? Can they get early arrival? Because I know I was speaking earlier with Gabriel and he is asking, the student asking this question, if they opt out of September to December, can they get early arrival for the end of December before their winter term?
I'm not so sure, so I would send that query to customer care at Gardmy and just pose the question there, just to be confirmed.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, and again, I think this has been answered a couple of times, but just I am in Canada, so do I have a mail starting my coverage, or it's automatically? So again, your coverage is started, but your policy number will come through your college email after the 10th day of class, which is after the 21st. You will see on International Homeroom, there will be a posting letting you know that you should be expecting an email from guard.me because it won't come from Niagara College. So again, if you do need to see a doctor before that, make sure you keep your receipts and then we can help you process those after. But you are covered, just so you'll get your policy number after the 10th day of class. Is that correct?
Yes, I always get confused when you guys said the 10th day of class because my brain is around the third week of September. So I'm trying to manage. It's not September 10, is, but yes, I guess.
The 10th day of class this term is September 21st. So the email will come out after the 21st.
Yes, yes, so we're good.
Stephanie is wondering if you could repeat the COVID-19 coverage that's included in the policy.
So I'm going to make it very simple. We'll treat and we'll cover COVID-19 as a new illness and and sickness. So if you need to go to the hospital because it's beyond the Tylenol and the rest and the quarantine, you need oxygen, you need ventilators, it will be covered. If you get COVID and you need to be at home and taking Tylenol, and I'm going to be very honest, I got COVID 2 weeks. I was taking Tylenol, sleeping, drinking soup. I could not do anything else. I didn't have to go to the hospital. So the Tylenol was not included. The expenses of the quarantine was not included. The soup was not included, even though everything was a COVID package, right? So if you need, let's say you got some complications with your liver, with your lungs, with your heart, all that will be taken care of because it's a new emergency situation. With the testing, we will not cover any testing related to COVID. You cannot claim those expenses. And neither is the vaccination. So if you want to get vaccinated, you have to go through Ontario website and find where the clinics are available to you as an international student, and be honest upfront. Said MyGuardMe doesn't cover any testing, any vaccine, and they will vaccinate international students free of charge. So there is a lot of facilities available to you, but you have to let them know that GuardMe will not cover this expense, so they can just do it right away.
Perfect. So I'm just going to ask if anybody wants to put, if anyone has any other questions about Keep Me Safe or GuardMe, I'll just give you a moment to put them in the quick Q&A box now. If there's anything else people would like to add.
In the meantime, sorry, I just, some people are writing in the chat, and apologies, I'm not checking the chat. I'm only checking the Q&As. Anything that happened prior to the start date of your policy will not be covered. This is for new illness and emergencies only. If you suffer from hypertension, from high blood pressure, from heart, from asthma, and you need your puffer and you need your medication monthly, it will not cover that, okay? So, because I see a lot of, what if I need to refill my prescription from back home? You can't.
Perfect. Okay, I don't see any other questions coming up in the Q&A. Yes, GuardMe is compulsory if you live in Canada. If you're a college student and you live in Canada, you must be covered by GuardMe.
Natalie, we're recording this, so it will be available to them, because I see a lot of repetitive questions. Do I still have to pay for medical service? You as an international student, you have the option. So if you go to a provider, a doctor's office or a hospital that is part of our network, and they will do the direct billing to GuardMe. You don't have to pay for the visit. If you choose to go to a doctor that is nearby, closer to you, not part of the network, by all means, go do that, pay for the visit, and then you claim the money and we will refund the expense. So it's your choice.
Thank you very much. Yes, I did see, I wasn't going to ask you that question because I know that we have gone over it previously. So thank you very much. And yes, this part is recorded and this will be posted on our BNC Ready app. You may need to wait for next week for me to get the copy of the recording and post it, but it will be posted there. So students can go ahead and watch this part of the presentation again. So again, thank you so much, Lucia Nagar, for coming and telling us all about these wonderful services that are provided through GuardMe. We do really appreciate it. And students, don't forget that even during the semester, if you have questions, we do have GuardMe ambassadors. You can find them on the app. And once we are able to be on campus again with different activities, we will be able to interact with them on campus as well. And they are able to answer questions and help you out with things related to GuardMe. And they also do events for our students and to learn more about insurance, but also to just enjoy some engagement together. So once again, thank you so much to both of you for joining us today.
Thank you. Take care. Have a good day, everybody.
Take care. Bye.
And so we are going to move on to our next presentation. And I want to let everybody know that for this section of orientation, I will be stopping our recording. This is our presentation on immigration from the IRCC. And so this section of the orientation will not be recorded, but we will be able to give you a copy of the PowerPoint presentation deck if you're interested in looking through the PowerPoint later. One of the reasons we don't record this section is because things are always changing and we want to make sure that you are always getting the most accurate and up-to-date information. And to do that, that would be the IRCC website. So I'm going to introduce Angelo now. Angelo's from the IRCC. Thank you so much for joining us today for our orientation. I'm also going to ask that you do not use our Q&A box here in Zoom for questions that you would like Angelo to answer. I will put a link in the chat, and that is where the questions for Angelo need to go. So if you do have any questions that you specifically would like answered by Angelo, please use the link I'm going to put in the chat. If you still have questions that are specific to Niagara College and our services that may be directed at housing or our international student advisors, you can go ahead and continue to use the Q&A box for that. So thank you so much for joining us today, Angelo.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Thanks for the invitation. I'll just see if I can bring up my presentation really quick. And
recording stopped.
Perfect. I think I'm up, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. So as Natalie mentioned, my name is Angelo Raimondo, and I'm the Outreach Officer for Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, also known as IRCC. So thanks for joining me. Before I begin, please be advised, as Natalie mentioned, that the policies and programs can change. So I encourage you to continue using our website as the main source of updated information. Okay, I also want to mention that we are not recording this session, as Natalie mentioned as well, but I will be sharing the deck so you can consult. And I've also included a lot of hyperlinks that leads to additional information to things that we discuss. So to give you an idea of what I will be covering in this information session, I will first start by going over some concepts that are important for you to know in your journey to permanent residence. And then I will talk about transitioning from full-time study to full-time work after graduation. And next, we will do an overview of the express entry system. Also, given the current circumstances, I will provide you with the COVID-19 updates that are relevant for international students. And that will be in the final section of this presentation. As Natalie mentioned, if you have any questions at the end of the presentation, I will be taking questions through Slido. I will show this slide again at the end of the presentation. Also, Natalie will be putting the link for you in the chat box, but I ask that you hold your questions till the very end, because most of the time the questions you have will be answered through what I'm talking about and the content of the presentation. And if it takes your concentration away, you may be missing some important information as well. So hold your questions till the end, but I will show this slide again. I will also share my screen so you can see the questions that are being asked, and it will have the QR code and also the link and the event code. Okay, so let's just dive right in and start talking a little bit about important concepts. So let's start with the meaning of a temporary resident visa or electronic travel authorization. Okay, some people confuse the two. So to be clear, a temporary resident visa or electronic travel authorization, it doesn't give you legal status in Canada. Okay, they're not status documents. What they do is they give you permission to apply for entry to come to Canada. Okay, it's when you appear before a Canadian Border Services officer at the port of entry that a decision will be made regarding your entry into Canada, you know, your legal status and the duration of the status that you are granted. Then you have temporary resident, and these are usually people with temporary legal status in Canada, like a visitor, a student, or a foreign worker. So these people will have study permits, work permits, and sometimes visitor records issued to them when they are in Canada. These are status documents. So for example, if you have a study permit, that is a status document that gives you status as a student in Canada for the validity of the permit. Right? And then you have permanent residence, and this is someone who has been given permanent resident status by immigrating to Canada, but they are not Canadian citizens. Okay, so permanent residents are normally citizens of other countries. So when speaking of Canada's temporary and economic immigration programs, the concept of National Occupational Classification Codes is very important to understand. So the National Occupational Classification, also known as NOC, is a system that Canada used to define jobs or work experience. So this concept is important for you to understand as you continue your journey to permanent residence. So NOC codes are used to classify work by occupational type and skill level. So as you can see on the slide, NOC 0A or B are considered skilled jobs. So when a foreign worker applies for a work permit, it's very important that the NOC code that actually describes the duties the worker will be performing is selected. So there are also permanent resident economic immigration programs where eligibility is dependent on the skill level of an individual's work experience. So the main takeaway here is that when you get to the point of the immigration process and you're reviewing NOCs and trying to find the proper NOC code, please don't rely on the job title alone. It's the duties in the NOC description that should also match your actual work experience. Okay, so that said, when you get to that point of your immigration process, please make sure to review the Find Your NOC page on our website. And it's also hyperlinked on the slide on the title. So when you have the deck, you will have access to it. Next, we have language tests, and everyone must prove their language ability by taking an approved language test. And that includes people coming from English-speaking countries as well. This language tests are used to determine, speaking, listening, reading, and writing ability in Canada's official languages, which are English and French. And the approved language tests, such as the IELTS general training, are listed on your slide for reference. And there's also hyperlinks to the appropriate websites. An important takeaway from this is that language test results must be less than 2 years old when you complete your Express Entry profile and when you apply for permanent residence. Okay, so always make sure that your language test results are not older than 2 years when you're applying for permanent residence. So briefly, we have an educational credential assessment, which is an ECA. This is an assessment used to equate a foreign credential to a Canadian one. So you don't need an ECA for education you completed in Canada. Okay, ECAs are for education completed outside of Canada. In Express Entry, education points are awarded for the highest educational credential completed. So for candidates with a master's, professional, or doctorate degree completed outside of Canada, ECAs would not be needed for lower level credentials. Also, please remember that ECAs are not required for education completed in Canada. So if you achieved your highest level of education in Canada, you will not need an ECA. So for most of you, you're currently enrolled in a post-secondary institution in Canada, right? And so this is where your journey to permanent residence has brought you so far. Now that you're in school and have your study permit, let's look at working while studying in Canada as an international student. I'm sure most of you already know this, but I'm just going to cover some of the highlights and the important information. We'll start by looking at working on campus with your study permit. So you can work on campus, on your school campus without a work permit with your study permit if you're a full-time student at an eligible school, you have a valid study permit, and you have a social insurance number. So it's very important that you remember you can only start working in Canada when you start your study program. So this means that you cannot work before your studies begin. Also, it's important to remember that your study permit needs to say that you're allowed to work on campus, or else you cannot work on campus with your study permit. So it needs to have that condition, or that has to give you that authorization on that study permit that says that you are authorized to work on campus. So a question we get a lot is, how many hours can I work on campus? Well, you can work full time. So essentially, it's the responsibility of you and your employer to ensure that you're abiding by all provincial labor laws, right? But from an IRCC perspective, full time is 30 hours per week. For off-campus work without a work permit, again, you need to be a full-time student at a designated learning institution. Your study permit needs to say that you can work off campus, you started studying, and you have a social insurance number. Also, for off-campus work, your study program needs to be at least 6 months in duration, and it leads to a degree, diploma, or certificate. So during regular school terms and semesters, you can work up to 20 hours per week. During scheduled breaks in the school year, you can work full-time if you're on a scheduled break, such as the winter or summer holidays, or fall or spring reading week. So you must be a full-time student both before and after the break to work full-time. You can't work during a break that comes before you start your very first school semester. Very important. If your program does not have scheduled breaks, then you can only work up to 20 hours per week. Okay, so if you're a part-time student, you can work off campus only if you meet all of the requirements and you're only studying part-time instead of full-time. because you're in the last semester of your study program and you don't need a full course load to complete your program, but you were a full-time student in your program in Canada up until your very last semester. Also, I want to mention that for off-campus work, you know how we mentioned that, you know, during regular school terms and semesters, you can work off campus for up to 20 hours per week. That's maximum, right? So if you work 5 hours this week, you know, off campus, that does not mean you can work 35 hours next week. From Monday to Sunday, every given week, you can only work a maximum of 20 hours per week. You can also work as a co-op student or intern. Some study programs include work experience as part of their curriculum. So for this scenario, you can apply for a co-op or intern work permit, but only if you have a valid study permit. The work placement is required to complete your study program in Canada. You have a letter from your school that confirms you need to complete your work placements to get your degree, and your co-op placement or internship totals 50% or less of your study program. You are not eligible for co-op work permit if you're taking, you know, things like English or French as a second language, general interest courses, or courses to prepare for another study program. So if you're not eligible for a co-op work permit, but you want to work in Canada, you need to apply for a work permit. Okay, we're going to move forward and pretend that you are at the end of your studies. Okay, so what happens now? First, once you get your completion letter or final transcripts from your school, once it becomes available to you, you need to stop working immediately using your study permit, okay, or your co-op work permit. Then your next steps depend on the following scenarios. Do you want to leave Canada? If yes, then you must leave Canada before your study permit expires or within 90 days of receiving your letter of completion or final transcripts, even if your study permit is still valid. So you need to leave either before your study permit expires or within 90 days, even if your study permit is valid. If you want to remain in Canada, then you must either be accepted to a new study program or apply to change your status to visitor or worker. Another option available to you is to apply for a post-graduation work permit if you're eligible. So what is a post-graduation work permit? Well, it's an open work permit that allows students who have graduated from an eligible Canadian post-secondary institution to gain valuable Canadian work experience. You can only obtain a post-graduation work permit once. It's not renewable. If you are issued a post-graduation work permit, this is your opportunity to work in Canada and gain valuable Canadian work experience at a NOC 0 A or B skill level to help support your PR application. So very important. How long your post-graduation work permit is valid for depends on the length of your study program. So if your program was less than 8 months, then you are not eligible for a post-graduation work permit. If your program was more than eight months, but less than 2 years, then we will give you a post-graduation work permit that's valid for up to the same length as your study program. So for example, if you completed a 9-month program, for example, we will give you a work permit for up to 9 months. If your program was 2 years or more, we may give you a post-graduation work permit that's valid for 3 years, and 3 years is the maximum for any post-graduation work permit. What's important is also that we will only issue you a post-graduation work permit that's valid until your passport expires. If your passport will be expiring soon, then you may want to extend it before you apply for your post-graduation work permit so that your post-graduation work permit is issued to you for the full length it should be. Also, as a side note, because we receive a lot of questions related to this, to determine post-graduation work permit length, right, validity, we normally look at the program length and not how long it took you to complete the program. So when you're applying for post-graduation work permit, it's your responsibility to make sure that all documentation is there for the officer who's reviewing your application to understand, right? What program did you take? Is it a 1-month program? Is it defined as a 16-month program by your school? Is it a 2-year program, 1-year program? You need to be very clear. Okay, so today, if you're going to ask me, oh, I'm doing this and this, how long will I get my post-graduation work permit for? I'm not the reviewing officer, so unfortunately, I can't answer that question. All I can say to you is, if your program was more than 8 months and less than 2 years, you're eligible for a post-graduation work permit that is valid for the same length of your study program. And if your study program that you completed is 2 years or more, you're eligible for a post-graduation work permit that's valid for 3 years. Okay. So in summary, you may be eligible for a post-graduation work permit if you have completed and passed an eligible program from an eligible designated learning institution. You studied full-time. The program that you completed was at least 8 months in length. You did not take any unscheduled breaks or unauthorized leave from your studies. You did not exceed the allowable hours of off-campus. And most importantly, you apply within a 180 days of receiving your final transcripts or letter of completion from your school. So you have 180 days to apply. If you apply for your post-graduation work permit within 90 days of completing your program, your study program, and your study permit is still valid, then as soon as you submit your post-graduation work permit application, you can start working while we process your applications. If you wait after 90 days to submit your application for post-graduation work permit, then you can't start working until you get a final decision on your application. When your post-graduation work permit expires, you can choose to either leave Canada, continue as a temporary resident by applying for another work permit or a study permit, or to remain as visitor. If you are eligible, you may also choose to apply for permanent residence through Express Entry. So let's move to the future and assume that you have finished working in a NOC 0A or B job with your post-graduation work permit, and that you have now chosen to apply for permanent residence through Express Entry. So this is your journey so far. So we'll now move to Express Entry. So to start, it's important to know that Express Entry is IRCC's online system to manage applications for permanent residence from skilled workers. So it's a user-friendly system from profile creation to application for permanent residence. Sorry, I think we lost connection there for a second. Am I right,
Yeah,
Natalie?
You were muted there for a second.
Oh, I don't know what happened.
I can hear you now though.
Okay. So creating a profile online for Express Entry is free and it doesn't require an immigration lawyer or a consultant. However, there are upfront costs for elements such as language testing and ECAs if needed. And if you recall, these are concepts that we covered at the beginning of the presentation. So let's continue with our assumption that you worked with your post-graduation work permit at a NOC 0A or B level. So the first step for most economic immigrants is to submit a profile under Express Entry. So as explained earlier, Express Entry is IRCC's online system to manage applications for permanent residence from skilled workers. And it is your first step to immigrate permanently under the Federal Skilled Worker Program, Federal Skilled Trades Program, and Canadian Experience Class.
You're muted again. Angelo?
I'm not really sure what's happening. I apologize. I'm not touching anything. So, but anyway, I'll continue. So just let me know if it gets muted again.
Yeah, I will.
I'm not sure what's going on. But okay, so we were talking about, as explained earlier, right? Express Entry is the our online system to manage applications for federal skilled workers and federal skilled trades program and Canadian Experience Class and the portion of the provincial nominee program. But for the purpose of this presentation, we're only going to talk about the federal skilled worker program, federal skilled trades, and Canadian Experience Class. So here are the minimum criteria for Express Entry. In federal skilled worker, which is known as FSW, you must have at least 1 year of continuous Canadian or foreign work experience at a NOC 0A or B within the past 10 years. Must possess a Canadian secondary or post-secondary certificate, diploma, or degree, or the foreign equivalent, and meet the specified language requirements. For federal skilled trades, you must have at least 20.
Again. Are you maybe hitting your space bar at all? Because that
No, not at all. Actually, I'm not even hitting anything. But anyway, I'm gonna adjust something really quick, and we'll continue. You can hear me now, right? Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So for federal skilled trades, you must have at least 24 months of Canadian or foreign work experience at a NOC-B in an eligible skilled trade within the last 5 years, a valid job offer in the skilled trade for at least 1 year, or Canadian certificate of qualification, and you must meet language requirements as well. In Canadian experience class, you must have at least 12 months of skilled Canadian work experience at NOC 0A or B within the last 3 years. And there are also specified language requirements for CC that are outlined in the slide for your reference. So here's a slide that, again, outlines the minimum work experience, but in a different way. And I just want to point out some things. For the Federal Skilled Worker Program, your work experience must have been full-time or the equivalent in part-time hours, and you must have worked continuously and paid for at least 1 year in the same occupation that's at a NOC 0A or B level. So if you, for example, meet that definition with work that you completed using your off-campus work authorization or your co-op work permit, then you can count that work experience that you gained while you were a full-time student, as long as it meets the criteria. And again, that criteria for the Federal Skilled Worker Program is that your work experience must have been full-time or equivalent in part-time hours. You must have worked continuously and paid for at least 1 year in the same occupation. Okay. And when we're talking about full-time hours, they're right there on the slide for you, the 30 hours a week for 12 months. That equals 1 year full-time. It's very important to note that we stop counting at 30. So even if you work more than 30 hours a week, that doesn't mean that you need less than 1 year. The 30 hours, the 1,560 hours need to be in a span of 12 months. So another thing I want to point out, very important, is for Canadian experience class, what does not count is any employment in Canada during full-time study. Example, while you were on a co-op work permit, or work that you did with, using your off-campus authorization. What also doesn't count is any work while you're self-employed, even if skilled, and any time spent unauthorized work in Canada. Of course, doesn't count. What does count in Canadian experience class is full-time or part-time equivalent work experience in Canada at a NOC 0A or B level in the past 3 years. And it could be a combination of stuff, right? As long as it's at the NOC 0A or B level and it equals 1 year in the past 3 years. The work experience gained in Canada must be while you were legally authorized to work in Canada. So on a post-graduation or other work permit. But again, to be clear, for CC, you cannot count work experience you gained while you were enrolled as a full-time student. Your work experience must have been gained while you were on a valid, post-graduation work permit, for example. But you can count your work experience you gained while you were a full-time student for Federal Skilled Worker Program, as long as it meets the minimum experience as listed on the slide. So former international students are good candidates for express entry because, the age, the education, language ability, and Canadian work experience, and also their established community network. So it's important for you to understand the process. So express entry is a step-by-step process. The first step is to create an express entry profile. Once the profile has been created, those who appear to meet the criteria of one or more of the 3 federal immigration programs managed through express entry that we just talked about, then they are automatically entered into the express entry pool of candidates once they have created an express entry profile. When a candidate is accepted into the pool, they are given a comprehensive ranking system score, which is also known as a CRS score. They are then ranked against each other in the express entry pool. Express entry candidates receive points based on their language ability, the education, the skills, and experience. Top-ranked candidates are then invited to apply online for permanent residence. So every 2 weeks, the candidates with the most points from the express entry pool are invited to apply for permanent residence. So if you would like to see what your score would be if you filled out a profile for express entry profile, you can use our comprehensive ranking system tool on our website, answer a few questions, and see, it'll tell you if you would be eligible for a program and what your points would be. So when creating your profile, please remember that you must meet the criteria of at least one of the federal economic immigration programs managed by express entry in order to get into the pool. Your profile stays active for up to 1 year once you're accepted into the pool. If you're not invited to apply within 12 months of submitting your express entry profile, it will automatically expire. So when your Express Entry profile expires, it will be removed from the system, and that's when you will have to create a new profile if you still meet the minimum criteria. So keep your profile up to date. What do we mean by that? Is once you've created your Express Entry profile, and the system will automatically tell you whether or not you are meeting the minimum criteria of one of the 3 programs, it will accept you into the pool. You will still have access to your profile, and you should keep it up to date. This means if you got a new job offer, you got maybe new language test results, or maybe you completed more education, or you got married or had a child, you should access your Express Entry profile and update it. Finally, there are no guarantees. What do we mean by that? That completing a profile does not guarantee you will get an invitation to apply for permanent residence. And applying for permanent residence does not guarantee you will be approved for permanent residence. Okay, in order to gain permanent residence, you still need to meet all eligibility and admissibility requirements. And once you submit your application, that's when we assess your documents, your eligibility, and your admissibility. And finally, this is very important, always be truthful, because anyone who provides false information, they could be found inadmissible for misrepresentation and could be barred for 5 years from applying to come to Canada. And misrepresentation applies to all steps when you're creating your Express Entry profile. So when you're filling out your questionnaire in CRS, you should be truthful. When you're submitting your application, if you receive an invitation to apply, you should be truthful there and at all steps of the process, okay? Okay, so I know we briefly mentioned this already, but let's take a quick look at the comprehensive ranking system, which is again known as the CRS. So CRS is the points-based system we use to assess and score your profile and rank you in the Express Entry pool. The points you get from the CRS include a core set of points up to 600 and a set of additional points of up to 600. Your total score will be out of 1,200. So the Express Entry system calculates the points based on the online questionnaire you complete. So the answers and responses you put in, and then it calculates a score for you. Those with the highest scores will receive an invitation to apply in each invitation round. So to give you an idea, on August 19, 2021, 403 was the minimum score that received an invitation to apply. This doesn't mean that 403 is the minimum CRS score that will receive an invitation to apply. They always change. So the minimum score that may receive an invitation to apply is always different. And it's based on a number of factors. One is the composition of the pool. So how many people are in the pool and what are their scores? And 2, how many invitations are we sending out? Okay, so the minimum score that receives an invitation to apply for permanent residence will always be different. But if you'd like to see where your score would be, if you filled out a profile, you can use our comprehensive ranking system tool. It's hyperlinked on the slide. Also, if you're interested in knowing what all the minimum scores from, since the beginning of Express Entry, in the minimum scores that received an invitation to apply are posted, and I've created a link there for you. Just to give you an idea, that doesn't mean that those are the scores that will receive an invitation to apply. So there are other ways to obtain additional points in CRS. And we'll look at valid job offers, for example. So a total of 200 points are awarded to candidates with a valid job offer in a NOG 00 occupation. A total of 50 points are awarded to candidates with a valid job offer in a NOG 0 A or B occupation. A job offer must be for a minimum of 1 year once an applicant receives permanent residence, and job offers must be non-seasonal at the NOG 0 A or B level and supported by labor market impact assessment unless one is not needed. So essentially, if you're working, let's just say you're working with your post-graduation work permit, and you found that you want to apply for permanent residence through Express Entry, you need to make sure that if you want to get additional points for a valid job offer, your employer, if they want to support you, they need to give you basically a commitment that they will hire you for 1 year after you receive permanent residence, for a job that's non-seasonal, for a job that's a NOG 0 A or B level, and for a job that's been supported by a labor market impact assessment. So make sure that if you're in this situation, you sit down with your employer and discuss the options and the requirements, so that when you do provide or if you do get an invitation to apply and you submit your application, you do get the valid points. Okay, you are accredited for that. So candidates who don't have valid job offers can still get points for Canadian work experience. So if you do not already have a valid job offer or provincial territorial nomination, you are encouraged to register with JobMatch after creating an Express Entry profile. This will allow you to connect with Canadian employers and jobs based on your skills, knowledge, and experience. And it also improves your chances of securing a job in Canada. CRS also gives you points based on education completed in Canada. So 15 points for a 1 to 2 year diploma or certificate, 30 points for a degree obtained in minimum 3 years, and master's or doctoral degree as well. So please remember that to obtain these points, these additional points, all studies must have been completed in a designated learning institution while you were in Canada. Recognition is also given to one of the Government of Canada's priorities, which is to increase Francophone migration outside of the province of Quebec. So with that said, and as you can see, 25 additional points are added if you can show a score of 7 for all 4 language abilities. And you can actually get up to 50 points if you have language results that show that you are fully bilingual. CRS will also grant you 15 points if you have a sibling in Canada. To be granted the 15 extra points, your sibling, which is your brother or your sister, must be at least 18 years old and be living in Canada as a Canadian citizen or permanent resident. Also, the relationship between you and siblings can be through blood, adoption, marriage, or common law partnership. So when we say marriage or common law partnership, in other words, it can be the sibling of your spouse or common law partner if you're including them in your application. So once you have created your Express Entry profile and have been added to the pool, you may receive an invitation to apply, right? And you will be required to submit a complete electronic application for permanent residence within 60 calendar days of being issued an invitation. So the application and all supporting documents must be submitted electronically through your online account. It's really important to be prepared once your profile is submitted to ensure that you have all the necessary documentation for your application should you be invited to apply. So when we say a complete application, this means that if medicals are required, try to do your medicals up front so they're completed. Make sure that you have all your police certificates. Pay for your biometric fee when you submit your application so that your biometric instruction letter is submitted right when the application is accepted, right? Make sure that you have all your proof of experience, all your letters of employment, and any supporting documentation to support your declared work experience. Very important that you have all those things because then it won't be considered a complete application. So this is a slide showing the applicable fees for an application for permanent residence, and I put this on because I do get questions about this. If you notice on the right of the slide, you will see proof of funds. This is information that you need to provide in your application to show the amount of funds you have access to. But please note that for proof of funds, a 6-month history is required. So there should be no sudden unexplained deposits in your bank account just before your application, for example, and the funds you show must be liquid and accessible. But please note that if you're applying for Canadian Experience class, then the proof of funds is not required. It's required for federal skilled worker and federal skilled trade programs if you're applying under those categories. So there are different federal and provincial territorial pathways to become a permanent resident of Canada. The best pathway for you basically depends on your unique combination of skills and experience. But please remember that the best time to apply is when you are eligible. So when you find a program that you're eligible, that's when you apply. And also to be clear, only the federal government, IRCC, can grant permanent residence. So even if you're nominated by a province or territory, you still need to apply for permanent residence through IRCC. So as you may be aware, there are a number of nomination programs throughout Canada, and these are administered by the provinces and territories. So each province and territory has their own nomination program that they administer themselves through their own governments, right? And it's separate from IRCC. If they do nominate you, if you're nominated by the province, you would still need to apply for permanent residence through IRCC. Okay, because the federal government is the only one that could grant you permanent residence. If you're not eligible to apply for permanent residence through Express Entry, there may be other pathways available to you, but I've created this tree to give you some ideas that you can consult. But definitely check out our website. There's various programs and that you can maybe look at to see if you can apply for permanent residence there, or you can actually review our temporary foreign worker program and international mobility programs to see if maybe you can gain more work experience in Canada to help support your application for permanent residence. Okay, so now on to the COVID-19 updates. And again, I just want to caveat that this information is accurate as of today. So please continue to visit our website for updates because things do change rather quickly and sometimes daily. So please do continue to visit our website. So let's look at travel restrictions first. You need to be eligible to travel to Canada at this time. And you can find out if you are eligible by using our travel exemption wizard or reading the travel restrictions and exemptions page on our website. They are both hyperlinked for you to use when you receive a copy of this deck if it is something that you need to find out. So right now, to be able to enter Canada as a student, you must meet two requirements. You must have a valid study permit or a letter of introduction that shows you are approved for a study permit, and you must be attending a designated learning institution with a COVID-19 readiness plan approved by its province or territory. So when the border services officer greets you, they look at several factors, including your reason for traveling to Canada, your ability to complete a minimum 14-day quarantine unless you're exempt, if you either have time to complete your quarantine before you physically attend classes or can study online during quarantine. These are things that they will take into consideration. Also, you must bring, obviously, your valid study permit or the port of entry letter of introduction that shows you were approved for a study permit, valid letter of acceptance from your school, and proof that you have enough money to support yourself and any family members who are coming with you throughout the duration of your study program while you're in Canada. In general, you should not apply for a study permit at Canadian Port of Entry at this time. You should apply online before traveling to Canada. Only certain people are eligible to apply at the Port of Entry, and they're listed on the slide, such as U.S. citizens, residents of Greenland, residents of St. Pierre and Miquelon, and lawful permanent residents of the U.S. However, when possible, we do still encourage everybody, even if they are eligible, to apply for their permits, study permit, work permit, or anything before traveling to Canada, as they may encounter some difficulties at the Port of Entry. So some of your immediate family members may be able to come with you to Canada. If you meet the definition of a family member as described on the slide, then they don't need a written authorization from IRCC to travel with you. However, they must show that their reasons for travel are non-discretionary, non-optional. So for example, they'll help you get established and support you in Canada. If they will work, study, or will be joining you later in Canada, then there are other steps that they may need to take before traveling to Canada. And I've hyperlinked the relevant information on the slide for you to reference when you receive a copy of this deck, just in case it is a scenario that you are encountering. So effective August 9, 2021, U.S. citizens and U.S. permanent residents currently residing in and arriving from the United States and who qualify for the fully vaccinated traveler exemption will be allowed to enter Canada for discretionary travel. So non-optional travel or optional travel, sorry. So fully vaccinated travelers from the US who are US citizens or permanent residents must provide a negative result from a COVID-19 test conducted within 72 hours prior to departure, if you're flying, or 72 hours at the time of land crossing. These travelers will be exempt from 14-day quarantine and day 8 COVID-19 testing. And on arrival testing for fully vaccinated travelers will be random, but if you are selected, it is mandatory. So as of September 7th, 2021, and this is the intended start date, is not confirmed yet, all fully vaccinated foreign nationals who qualify for the fully vaccinated traveler exemption will be allowed to enter Canada for discretionary optional travel and will benefit from the same items I mentioned on the previous slide. Those who are not fully vaccinated after the dates indicated on the previous slide will not be permitted to enter Canada unless they are otherwise exempted under the orders in council. For example, you are approved for a study permit and attending a DLI on the approved list. Travelers who are not fully vaccinated after the dates mentioned will be required to quarantine for 14 days and undertake an 8-day COVID-19 test. A day 8, sorry, not an 8-day, a day 8 COVID-19 test. And government approved hotel quarantine has been eliminated for all travelers, regardless of vaccination status. All travelers, regardless of vaccination status, must provide a suitable quarantine plan in advance of arrival using their ArriveCAN app. And an important thing to remember is that even if you are authorized entry to Canada for discretionary travel, so for example, let's just say you you're described as, fully vaccinated, you're allowed to come to visit Canada, you still need a valid study permit to study in Canada. Okay, so you can only study in Canada if you have a valid study permit. The requirement to provide results of pre-departure test, proof of vaccination status, quarantine plan, and other information electronically in ArriveCAN still remains in place for all travelers. So make sure that if you are still, in a situation where you haven't traveled yet, before traveling, make sure you download the app, complete all the information, because you will be required to show this many times on your travel to Canada. So let's now look at how your post-graduation work permit eligibility is affected during COVID-19. So if you're in Canada, you're still eligible for your post-graduation work permit if your in-class courses in Canada are moved to online only format because of COVID-19, or you had to put your studies on hold or study part-time because of COVID-19 during the winter 2020, spring 2020, or summer 2020 semesters. As of the 2020 fall semester, the expectation is that you're studying full-time to be eligible for a post-graduation work permit. If you're outside of Canada and you're still taking your classes online, you're still eligible for a post-graduation work permit. To be eligible, you must meet all the requirements for post-graduation work permit, and you're still eligible if you've been enrolled in a program that was in progress in March 2020, or you started or will start a program between spring 2020 and fall 2021, and you either have a study permit, a valid study permit, or you have been approved for a study permit, or you applied for a study permit before starting your study program. If you are in this situation, you can complete 100% of your studies online from outside Canada. All your time studying online outside Canada between spring 2020 and December 31st, 2021 counts towards the length of a post-graduation work permit. But what's important is time spent studying outside of Canada before you submit your study permit application or after December 31st, 2021 will not count towards the length of a post-graduation work permit. So always keep that in mind. And this, I'm going to skip through these slides. They talk about the TR to PR pathway, mainly because for the general stream, the only applications that remain open that we're accepting is for the healthcare services. And also, if you're a Francophone candidate, there's no maximum capacity, but I've hyperlinked the information there if you're interested in learning more, or if you have any questions, you can ask me after the presentation. But I'm going to skip through this because again, we've reached the maximum for 2 out of the 3. And all I can say is the Francophone applications, there's no maximum. So if you are a Francophone candidate, that you can apply right now. And if you're interested, you can ask me questions or use the hyperlinks to learn more about it. I'm going to touch briefly on processing times. And again, due to COVID-19, we can't process applications as we once did pre-COVID. So for this reason, I am not able to provide processing times at the moment, neither is the department. Also, we are currently prioritizing applications from people who are exempt from the travel restrictions. And in order to keep this process as smooth as possible, IRCC has temporarily imposed the requirement that applications for temporary residents be all submitted online, with very few exceptions. So if you submitted your complete application after May 15, 2021 for your study permit, we will process it as quickly as possible, but you may not get a decision in time for the start of your fall semester. Also, if you receive a request from the processing office for documents that you are unable to provide for reasons related to COVID-19, you will need to provide a letter of explanation to the processing office, and the processing officer will use their discretion to determine whether an extension will be granted for you. So there are no more automatic extensions. So please make sure to respond to requests for more information sent to you by the processing office. Don't ignore and expect that things will be extended. Make sure that you're always in contact with the processing office. And finally, with regards to biometrics, as a temporary measure, temporary resident applicants are exempt from giving biometrics if applying from within Canada. This applies to all new applications as well as applications that were already in progress. And for those who have applied from outside Canada, once you receive a letter from IRCC requesting your biometrics, try to make an appointment to give your biometrics. If you can't give your biometrics due to a location closure near you or service disruption, please do not go to another biometrics collection site. just respond to IRCC within 30 days from the date of the letter to explain your circumstance and then await further instruction from the processing office. So please continue to visit our website for updates on biometric collection, collection center and office closures, and also for any other updates related to COVID-19. Updated information is, again, posted daily or sometimes daily, but it's very frequent. So please make sure to keep checking our website. And I'll include this in the slide as well, because I want to emphasize that the main source of information for you to make your immigration related decisions should be our website. So always use our website. Don't base your decisions on what someone else is telling you they're doing or someone else did. Our website is the main source of information. There's your client support center number, but I want to point out that if you have an application in process and you want to update the processing office, or you want to ask for urgent processing for an exceptional reason, the thing that you should do is you should send an IRCC web form using the link that's in this slide. And that will go, once you've submitted your web form, it will go to the processing office, who will review and respond. But again, if you provide a general web form submission, such as what's going on with my application, you will receive a general response back. Your web form should be to update information. You can also upload documents or to request urgent processing because of an exceptional reason. And in that web form, you should, upload information to substantiate your request and also be very detailed so that when the processing office receives it, they can review the information and provide you with direction or a response. Okay, great. Thanks. I know it was a long presentation. I apologize for the technical difficulties I displayed. It's rare for me, but I will start taking questions. And I will unshare my screen and bring up the Slido so you guys can see it. The QR code will still be present, and same with the event code. So in the meantime, Natalie, I don't know if you have anything you want to say while I'm unsharing and sharing.
Thank you. So yeah, you can just flip over, guys. Again, I just placed that link again in the chat. So if you do have any questions for Angelo, you can go ahead and add them now. Once Angelo has reshared and answered all of these questions, we do have one section left of orientation, which is we're going to do a step-by-step walkthrough for students who are going to be on campus next week. So just to let you know that if you are studying fully online and you're not coming to campus, then you don't need to stay for the last section of orientation. You can just stay for Angelo and his questions right now, and then you're free to log off. But if you are a student who will be coming to either our Welland campus or our Daniel J. Patterson campus in Niagara-on-the-Lake next week, please do stay on. We'll be walked through what you need to do to come on campus for everybody in our college community to stay safe. So Angelo, back to you and your questions.
All right, thank you so much. So I'll start with the first question. What happened if I don't get a NOC 0 A or B? I will not get any chances to apply for permanent residence? No, we touched basically on express entry because it's for skilled NOC 0 A or B. But if you don't get a NOC 0 A or B, and say you get a NOC C or NOC D job, you can go look at the getting nominated by the province and then applying for permanent residence after being nominated. And it's a paper-based application. It usually takes a little bit longer. There are other programs as well that you may be interested. There's the startup visa. There's also the rural northern immigration pilot. There's other programs out there. Today, we just touched on express entry, but definitely check our website, because if you are eligible to apply for permanent residence through any of the programs, then that's when you should apply. So my current study permit approved for 1-year program with co-op. Now I switched to your current study permit expire in September 2022. When should I apply to extend? You should apply to extend your study permit before it expires so that you can maintain your status. Generally speaking, we like to say to apply, with at least 30 days before it expires. But if you want to do it before, you can. But the main thing is make sure that you're applying to extend your study permit before it expires, because if it expires and then you apply, you would have to stop studying, wait for restoration of status, apply for that, and then request for a study permit. So make sure that you apply before it expires. Generally speaking, again, we advise about 30 days before it expires. PR pathway for Hong Konger. Can I apply with my final year transcript or need to wait for graduate certificate? So you can submit your application with your final transcripts. It would be helpful as well to write a letter of explanation saying that, you know, these are my final transcripts. As soon as I get my certificate or diploma or degree, I will upload it into web form. I will provide it to you. It may be helpful as well to get a letter of support from your school that says that you are completed your program. These are your final transcripts, and that it's just a matter of administrative time before you get your certificate. I applied my SIN but haven't received it. Do I need to wait for SIN to start working? Yes, you need to have your social insurance number before you can start working. You cannot work without a social insurance number. For applying pathway, do I need to apply for post-graduation work permit to have valid status, remain in Canada, and then apply for PR? So the main thing for anybody is they need to make sure that if you stay in Canada while you're waiting for something like a PR application to be finalized, you need to maintain your status in Canada. If you're eligible to apply for a post-graduation work permit while you're waiting for your PR application, definitely apply for it so that you have status and you can continue to work while your PR application's in process. If you're not eligible for anything and you're waiting for your PR application and you want to remain in Canada, then what you can do is you can send an application to change your status to visitor, for example. But definitely always maintain your status. Do not let your status expire while you're waiting for an application to be finalized. What are the options for students who will graduate with only NOC-C? What options can they do to apply for PR? Again, yeah, a lot of people that apply that, you know, become permanent residents after working with NOC-C and D jobs, they are nominated through the province. They go that route. They also look at the startup visa, the Rural Northern Immigration Pilot. Though there are other PR programs, but most, you know, look at most people that are working at NOC-C are looking to be nominated by the province. Once they're nominated, then they use that to apply for permanent residence through our provincial nominee program, permanent residence stream. I'm vaccinated with Covaxin, which is not approved by Canadian government till now. Can I opt for Covishield from India as it is approved in Canada? These are questions that you're going to have to ask either Transport Canada, CBSA, and Public Health Agency of Canada. I only give the information about that, but I can't make decisions on what vaccine will be accepted or will not be accepted. Definitely have that conversation. You know, even the airline may not accept, so have that conversation, get informed. We do have, and I provided the links to see if you're eligible for to be described as a person that's fully vaccinated. There are links in the deck that I provide you. Definitely use that. There's also a link that says, are you exempt from traveling? Or are you exempt from the travel restrictions to come to Canada? Use that as well. That'll help you answer those questions. I graduated on the 22nd of April. My study permit finishes on the 22nd of July. Should I apply for post-graduation work permit before graduation? So you can only apply for your post-graduation work permit once it's confirmed that you're completed your school. So generally speaking, you have your, you know, final transcripts or letter of completion. So you would have to wait to apply for your post-graduation work permit until you have one of those. And then if you're in a situation where you want to apply for something before it expires, you can always write a letter of explanation, a support letter from your school saying that it's confirmed that that things are completed, and you will update, you will provide official documents once you get them. You could do that, but generally speaking, I mean, we are being facilitative during COVID, but generally speaking, you would have to wait to have your final transcripts and your letter of completion before you apply for your post-graduation work permit. I'm currently in Canada and need to have conditions removed from my study permit, have now a medical. Can I flag pull at the border to have this permit amended? No, you would have to, so flag pulling is not something that is encouraged right now. So what you'd have to do is you'd have to apply for a condition, change in conditions. And I believe your student advice team has a link. If not, then I could provide it. But at this point in time, you would have to apply for a change in conditions. And I believe there's a fee with that as well that you would have to pay. Just follow the user guide, submit your application, and then wait for the conditions to be changed. My wife has an open work permit as my companion. What do I need to do to maintain her status when I apply for post-graduation work permit? So Your spouse right now can use their work permit for the full duration that it's valid for. It's her work permit, or and they can continue working for the full duration. If you start to work for using your post-graduation work permit and you're working at a NOC 0A or B level, you would need to, in her application to give her another open work permit as your spouse, you would need to show proof that you're working at a NOC 0A or B level with your post-graduation work permit, so that your spouse would then get an open work permit. I've applied for study permit extension in July. When can I expect the results of it? So again, I'm not able to provide you with any processing times. Use web form to ask your questions, but be detailed when you're asking your questions. And if you're in a situation where your case is exceptional, or you have a urgent situation and you want urgent processing, use the link for IRCC web form and be detailed in your request as to why you want urgent processing. But we're not in a position to provide you with processing times at the moment because of COVID-19. Can I apply for PR while studying if my husband gets 1 year of Canadian work experience in the process? So if your husband is eligible, after reviewing the information, if your husband is eligible to apply for permanent residence, and he does apply for permanent residence, he can include you in the application for permanent residence as his dependent. And you don't have to wait to finish studying, but your husband would have to be eligible, meet the eligibility and apply, and include you as a dependent. Okay. A person who has applied for 1 year course and have IELTS, which is about to expire next year, does that person have to go through the test again? Yeah, so you need to make sure that if you're applying, for example, for permanent residence, especially through Express Entry, you need to make sure that your test results are, the acceptable test results are valid for at least, they're not older than 2 years. So always keep an eye on your test results, especially if you're planning to apply for permanent residence, and make sure that your test results are not older than 2 years when you're applying. I have to work 21 hours during a week, and the next week I work 19. So again, as I mentioned before, the maximum is 20 hours. So you can't work 21 hours. If you work 19 hours 1 week, it does not mean you can work 21 hours next week. It's maximum 20 hours. And going over the allowed time for off-campus work will put you in violation with your study permit conditions, so be careful with that. You can only work a maximum of 20 hours per week from Monday to Sunday. So I requested my SIN. How can I find out if my request has been approved? That is a question. You applied for your social insurance number through Employment and Social Development Canada. It's a different department. Unfortunately, I can't answer that question. You will have to contact Employment and Social Development Canada, because we don't process social insurance numbers at IRCC. They do have a call center and they're pretty good at getting back to you. So contact them. You can actually Google ESDC, which is Employment and Social Development Canada, and they have contact information. Definitely contact them if you're worried about your application. So if I work 20 hours a week off campus, can I work more hours on campus? So if your study permit says that you can work both on and or off campus, and you're authorized, for off campus during school session, you can only work a maximum, but for on campus, you can work full time. Yes, you can do both as long as you have the authorization on your study permit. What if the co-op work is paid and you have another work outside school? Does it count to the 20 per hour week? No, so your co-op work permit allows you to work for co-op. If you have authorization on your study permit, like your study permit actually says you can work off campus, you can work the additional 20 hours, maximum 20 hours per week. Can I have a permanent residence only with the formal job offer in Canada? No, when we were talking about formal job offer for Express Entry, it's to gain additional 50 points in your comprehensive ranking system score. So if you don't have a formal job offer, but you find that you are eligible to apply for permanent residence, then you can apply for permanent residence, and then we would just assess your eligibility and admissibility before we grant it and make a final decision. But this is why it's very important to look at our website. we have other permanent resident programs. Make sure that you look at, what eligibility criteria there are for different permanent resident programs. And if you find that you are eligible for one of the programs, then you can apply. But a formal job offer is not required. It was just a way, we were just talking about how, a valid job offer will provide you with additional points in the express entry. So if I find remote work from my country, but in Canadian companies, should it be 20 hours a week? So if you work, I'm not understanding the question. So I'm assuming that you're outside of Canada right now and you want to work. I mean, Canadian immigration has no jurisdiction outside of Canada. So if you're outside of Canada right now and you're studying, and you're waiting for your, study permit application, or you have a valid study permit but you can't travel right now, you can work as much as you want over there. When you come here in Canada, then what happens is you can only work 20 hours a week if you are authorized on your study permit, maximum of 20 hours a week during school session. But then if you're on a scheduled break, you can work full time. My daughter's visa ends before my study permit ends. How much time before the expiration should I plan to renew her visa? Again, generally speaking, we like to say, you should apply for 30 days before it expires. You can apply a little bit before that, no problem. The main thing is that you should not let it expire. You should always apply to renew any permit that's expiring before it expires, okay? So that you don't lose your status in Canada. For the co-op programs, I can work in my co-op and in any other company at the same time. So if you have a co-op work permit, you can work for your co-op specifically using your co-op work permit. But if you're asking me if you can use your co-op work permit to work off campus for something that is not your co-op, that has not been approved as co-op by your school, no. You can work with your co-op work permit, for your co-op that's been approved by your school for whatever placement you're doing. And if you're authorized on your study permit says that you can work on or off campus, then you can work on or off campus as well. Yeah. If I will have the 1+1 program that is not related to each other, do I get 3-year work permit? Again, I'm not able to answer questions because I'm not the reviewing officer. What I can tell you is that we will combine, if you've finished 2 programs that are at least 8 months, like each program is at least 8 months long and led to a degree, diploma, or certificate, and you're full-time and you meet the requirements, then we can combine the 2 as long as there's no 2-year gap between the completion dates of the 2 programs. So in this case, if, for example, you completed 2 one-year programs, you may be eligible for a 2-year or a 3-year post-graduation work permit. But again, it would be up to you when you submit your application to be very clear how long the program was for, what the school defines it as in terms of length, when you completed both programs, because these are considerations that the officer will need to make before they render a decision. How should I proceed if my husband has a year of work experience? The job offer would be the first one he got when he got the job, or should we ask for the other? No, so a valid job offer, again, is not one that's given to you, to start working, say, today. It's a letter that basically says that the employer says that they are committing to hiring you for 1 year after you become permanent resident. So a minimum 1 year, they're willing to hire you after you become permanent resident for a job that is at NOC 0 A or B level, that's non-seasonal, right? And it's supported by a labor market impact assessment. So you need to sit down and have that discussion with the employer if they want to help you and support you with your permanent resident application, so you get that additional 50 points in express entry. But simply showing that you were offered a job, for example, in 2019, that's not a valid job offer. The job offer needs to be a commitment from the employer that they will hire you, they will keep you on for a minimum 1 year after the date you become permanent resident. And they'll also, again, need to show that it's a NOC 0 A or B job, that it's non-seasonal, and that it's supported by labor market impact assessment unless one is not needed. I want to ask, if my mom and little sister were to come visit me in Canada, are there any documents I should give them or anything I should do for them? So we talked about if, I'm not really sure if your sister would qualify. I can't remember the term immediate family member, but I don't think so. But there, in the COVID section of the deck, we talked about if you had family members that wanted to join you in Canada, there's some steps that they can take. There's a hyperlink there that you could use. And if your sister is coming here, keep an eye on the website, because the intended start date for non-discretionary optional travel, for discretionary optional travel, is September 7th, the intended start date for fully vaccinated people. There's certain steps. In the COVID section of the deck, there are links that you can provide them to see if they're eligible to come, what they need to do to come. Okay, so that will be helpful for you to use. So make sure that you're looking at that when you're provided with the deck. How should I proceed if my husband has a year of working experience? Oh, so we answered that one. Can you explain more about the provincial nominee program in Ontario? So the provincial nominee program in Canada, there's different nominee programs, and they're all administered by different, okay, so in Ontario, for example, the Ontario government administers the provincial nominee program for Ontario. And each province and territory has their own nomination program that is administered by their own respective provinces and territories. Now, because I work for the federal government, IRCC, I don't work for the provincial or territorial governments. I can't speak to the nomination programs. All I can say is that if you are nominated, you still need to apply for permanent residence before you are granted permanent residence. What I can tell you is that the website for the government of Ontario for the provincial nomination program is actually detailed, and it does give you some really good information. So that's the only thing I can say is go to their website and learn more about it there. Okay. Also talk to your student advisor team, may be able to provide you with links as well. After I graduated in my program, can I go on vacation in my home country before I apply for my post-graduation work permit, or I need to apply first before I leave Canada? So once you're done your program, you have 180 days to apply for your post-graduation work permit. And yes, you can leave Canada and apply from overseas. However, if you leave Canada and apply from overseas, if you want to come back and there's still travel restrictions, you need to take that into account. But if you want to come back, you would need a TRV or ETA depending on where you're coming from. And if your post-graduation work permit application is still in process, you would still need to wait until there's a final decision before you can start working in Canada. Okay. But yes, you can apply for your post-graduation work permit. You have 180 days. After the 180 days from the day that you complete your program, from the day you have your final transcripts or a letter of completion, the 180 days starts, right? If 180 days, if you go over 180 days, you're no longer eligible for applying for your post-graduation work permit. Do I have to write a letter from my parents to apply for a visitor visa? So there's links on our website on what they need to do to apply for a temporary resident visa. You don't have to write a letter. I mean, there's documents that they need to provide. There's user guides. Definitely provide them with those links so that they're able to understand step-by-step instructions on what they need to do to apply for a temporary resident visa. And also there's links that I provided in the COVID-19 section, definitely helpful. Definitely take a look at those as well. So my classes will start from 8th of September. When can I start working as an international student off campus in Canada if my classes start 8th of December? So the day you start your school program is when you can start. As long as you are meeting the eligibility requirements and your study permit says that you're authorized to start working off campus. Can I use my police certificate that I have submitted when I applied for the study permit when applying for PR? Police cert where I lived other than my home country. So we would need a police certificate that would be more updated than that, depending on when you're applying for permanent residence. Generally speaking, it should be close to the date of the application. But when you're applying for permanent residence or anything, we have user guides, okay? And a lot of people don't look at them, but they're very helpful because it tells you step-by-step instructions. Fill this, do this, that. These are the type of documents we're looking for. It'll tell you things like that. So definitely always use the user guides when you're applying for anything with IRCC. Can we do freelancing jobs online as an international student? So if you're talking about working off campus, you can certainly work off campus, whether it's freelancing or not. But again, you're only working maximum 20 hours per week as an international student. You need to meet the requirements. You need to be authorized in your study permit in order to work on or off campus. Can I work in campus while studying? If yes, then how much time? Same as the off-campus, or there no restriction on campus? Can I work in campus? If you are authorized, if you meet the requirements, meaning that you're a full-time student, you have a social insurance number, you have a valid study permit, and you're attending a program at an eligible designated learning institution, and your study permit says you can work on campus, then yeah, you can work on campus full-time. Again, just make sure you're abiding by provincial law so you and your employer understand what the provincial laws are. You can work, but from our perspective, 30 hours is part-time, full-time. You can work up to how many hours? Just make sure that you are aware and your employer is aware of what the provincial labor laws are. I'm not sure what this question is. Can we send money to our family if we have extra? I'm not able to answer a question specifically regarding your financial situation or anything like that. Natalie, maybe you can, I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding the question, or.
I'm not sure. My guess would be if so how you need to show you have a certain amount of money, sometimes depending. I'm not qualified in immigration for anything. I was wondering, you had mentioned being able to show that you have so much funds that were liquid and accessible. I'm wondering if they're asking if they have more than that, are they able to send it to their home country to family?
Yeah, with your study permit, when you're applying for your study permit, you need to show that you have enough money to support yourself or any family members that are coming with you, right? Immediate family members. And when you're applying for permanent residence, most applications require that you show proof of funds, that there's a limit amount of money. As long as you have that amount of money to show that you have that money and it's liquid and accessible to you, then you're free to do whatever you want with your finances. You just need to show that you have that money. And if you're talking about when you're coming here, to show that you have enough money to support yourself and your family members, your immediate family members, that's the main thing when you're applying. And then whatever you do with your money is up to you. I guess I'll answer one more question, Natalie. Is that okay? And
yes, of course.
Okay. I'm just looking at trying to find a question that I haven't answered yet. Okay, I guess I'll look at this. How to achieve the minimum 67 points in FSW point grid. The minimum 67 points, how you achieve it, you need to meet certain criteria. And if you're interested in learning more on what the minimum entry criteria is that we talked about on the presentation deck, and what point and how the points are awarded, they are on our website and they're hyperlinked on the deck. So definitely take a look at that. And I don't know, Natalie, if you see anything that I haven't answered, or if you have a question you feel I haven't answered correctly, or I haven't been clear on, or anything like that, let me know. Or if anything else comes up, feel free to send it to me afterwards as well.
I think you've done a brilliant job.
Sorry?
I said, I think you've done a brilliant job.
Okay, thanks. Okay, great. All right, so I'll share the deck with you, and then you can share it. And thanks so much, everybody, for your time. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get through all your questions, but again, look at the information on the deck. Things are hyperlinked for your convenience so that you can reference to them as you need.
Thank you so much, Angelo. Thank you for joining us. And thank you for answering everybody's questions.
All right, thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Okay, guys, so we're just about to enter the last section of our orientation today. And as I mentioned before, this is specifically, again, for students who are going to be on campus next week. So if you are in a fully online program, if you are not returning to campus next week, then you don't necessarily need to stay for this section. We are just going to go over our steps for being on campus. And again, I can hit the record button again so we can start adding this.
Recording in progress.
Section. All of the recorded sections of orientation will be placed on our BNC Ready app, and you will be able to find them on the Info Archive tab. It will be set to, if you move through all of the presentations that are saved there, they're just saved in a calendar view, so you can click through and see which ones you are interested in watching, but we will be saving this orientation to the info archive tab on our BNC Buddy app. So as I mentioned, we're just going to take, if you were here first thing this morning, you may have already seen this, but we do want to make sure that everybody understands what they need to do in order to be able to come onto campus and be safe on campus starting next week. So campus will be accessible to students starting Tuesday, September 7th, but we really ask that for new students, what's more important than coming on campus on the 7th is attending your college-wide orientation. So I'll just remind you of that again, if someone could put the orientation web page in the chat again, but you will have your program information sessions as well. If you're in a co-op program, your co-op information sessions will be happening that day. Your session could be anywhere from an hour to 2.5 hours, depending on your program. But it's really key that you do go to this. This is where your program coordinator, as well as your teachers, are going to talk about all the academic aspects of your program. So they're going to answer questions like the textbooks or resources you need and where you can get them, when you need them. They're going to talk about the platforms that are being used, your tests, your assignments, your course expectations. They're going to walk through your teaching and learning plan with you. So it's really important that you do attend those sessions so that you are starting your classes off on the right foot on Wednesday, September the 8th. So the page we're on right now is our Safe Return to Campus. If you have not visited this part of our website, please make sure you do. Please make sure you walk through it so that if you do have questions, you're able to reach out to one of your Niagara College staff, such as myself or Dana, or join one of our live sessions so you're able to ask questions. So what I'm going to walk through now is our campus access. I'm going to go to students, and we're going to talk about things that you need before you arrive on campus. So first, I do hope that everybody here who is coming on campus has already uploaded their vaccination documentations. You can do that on our through the vaccination policy documentation form. You can see that I've already done mine and mine is approved. I did have 2 doses. And so when I did mine, I did my first dose and then my second dose. But please keep in mind, if you have the Johnson & Johnson, which is also called the Janssen vaccine, it might only be a single dose. And so you can see that option is also right here. Okay, so okay. 1 second. Yeah. So it's really important that you've done that. The deadline for doing it to make sure that you are going to be able to have access to campus starting on the 7th was August 31st. But if you have not uploaded your vaccination records yet, please do so as soon as possible, because if you have not uploaded them, you are not going to be allowed access to campus. So if you download your documents on the 7th of September, you are not going to be able to go on campus on the 7th of September. So the sooner you do your documentation, the sooner you will be able to have access to campus. So that's step number 1. Step number 2 needs to be done every time you decide or want to go to campus, and that is our daily health screening. This needs to be completed every day, and this is for students and this is for staff as well. So if you're going to campus because you have a class, or you're going to campus because you want to use the Wi-Fi or go to the bookstore, it doesn't matter your purpose of going to campus, but you do need to complete this daily health screening. Before they even let you in the building, they're going to ask to see proof that you've completed your screening and that it has been approved. If you do your daily health screening and you are not approved, then you will not be allowed to go to campus on that day. So if you have class and you are not approved to go on campus, you must email your teachers and let them know that you are not able to come to campus that day, and ask them, what are you doing in class, or what can you do to keep up with your classwork? Okay, but it's really important because once you get to campus, you're going to get in line, and you don't want to get all the way to the front of the line and realize that you still can't go on campus because you didn't complete your daily health screening. So really important that you're able to do that and that you can show proof that you have been approved. Okay, so the next thing you want to know is that you need to have your student card. So hopefully you have already gone online, submitted your photo, and had your card mailed to you. If that's the case, fantastic. Just make sure you are bringing your card, because all of that information, your documentation, as well as your daily health screening are going to be linked to your student card. If you do not have your student card yet, you can still go to campus. What you need is a piece of photo ID. So whether that is your passport or a driver's license, but something that has your full name and photo. And then you'll also need to take a picture or have a copy of your timetable. Okay, so they'll need to see your timetable, they'll need to see your student number. So if that's the case, if you don't have a student card, photo ID, student number, timetable. Those are the things that you're going to need, and you're going to be showing them. And then when you check in, you're going to give them your student number so they can still check you in the system to check on your vaccination documentation, as well as your daily health screening. The other thing you need to make sure that you do have is your mask, okay? Your first day on campus, you'll also be given a welcome kit, which will include 2 Niagara College masks and some hand sanitizer. But the first time you go, you are going to need to make sure that you have your own mask. Now, if you are in a classroom or a lab where we're not able to do a 6-foot or 2-meter social distancing, then you'll also be provided a medical grade face mask and eye protection by the college if you are in that situation. So some of our possibly smaller labs, for example, our dental students, may also need additional PPE, which is the face mask and the eye protection, but the college will give you that when you are in the lab. So all you need to make sure you have is your non-medical face covering. Also want to make sure you guys know that each of our campuses will have designated access points. So we have many doors at both campuses, but only some of those doors will be open where you're able to go into the campus. So for example, at our Welland campus, we will have 2 main designated access points at our 2 main entrances at the main building, which is our Applied Health Institute, as well as our Athletic Center. We will also have a designated access point at Simcoe West, which is the door that is right by the International Center. And then we'll also have designated access points to our Technology Center, which is a separate building. Okay, every other door will be closed and you won't be able to access campus that way. If you're not sure where these places are, there's a couple things you can do on this website. You can click on our designated access points, and it will walk you through the list of designated access points, as well as you can go and check out the map. You can also take a look at our live campus tours, which are on our BNC Ready app. And you can watch as Dana and I walk around the campus and show you where the designated access points are, as well as where the different wings are, where you can find the library, the learning commons, the food services that are open. And you can watch that on the recorded session on the BNC Ready app. Okay, so if you get to campus and you're not sure where to go, probably look for a lineup of people, which leads me to my next point. Please make sure that when you come to campus, you are giving yourself enough time to line up, make it through the line, and then tap in when you get into the designated access point before you need to go to your class. So if I have a class at 8:30, I cannot arrive on campus at 8:20 because I will miss my class. So we are suggesting to people that they arrive at least 45 minutes before they need to be on campus to give yourself time to make it through the access points and then find your class, especially the first couple of weeks of class. We all will be lining up, not students and staff. So we all need to make sure that we are being patient and that we are giving ourselves enough time to get to where we need to be. Just a couple more points that I'd like to make is once you are in campus, once you are on campus, a couple of things to keep in mind. We already mentioned that we need to be respectful of our physical distancing. So you'll notice that once you're in the campus, there are indicators on the floor where you're lining up in different places, whether it's the cafeteria or to use a service that's open. You'll notice there's markings on the floor just as a reminder of our 6 feet or 2 meters distance. You'll also notice in our larger hallways that there's a yellow line running down the middle of the hallway to help us with the flow of traffic. So just keep those things in mind. You'll also notice if you go to use our restrooms or our bathrooms, that there may be a sign outside the bathroom that tells you how many people are able to go in that bathroom at any given time. So please be respectful. As I mentioned, we're going to want to be patient because we know that there's going to be some definite wait times over the next little bit as we all get used to being back on campus together. We're also going to remind you that your mask must stay on your face at all times. So that means in the bathroom, in the hallways, in your classroom. The only time that you are able to take off that mask is when you're sitting by yourself, either in our cafeteria or our learning common spaces, where you can be physically distanced while you're eating or drinking. And then please keep in mind that we also are requesting that once you've used a space like that, either to eat or to study, that you should be wiping it down and sterilizing it for the next person to be able to use. When you're outside, you're able to take off your mask, but we just want to make sure that we all know the same safety protocol so that we're all working together to keep each other safe. And please keep in mind that most of our services around the college are still available virtually, and there's limited services that are open and available on campus. So again, you may need to line up, you may need to make an appointment, for example, at the international office or at our enrollment services office. You may be able to see someone in person through appointment, but all of our services are still available online and virtually. So if you do not need to go to campus, please stay home. Because again, we do want to make sure that everybody's able to be safe and serviced as they need to be. Michelle, did you have a comment you would like to make?
I was just coming on because I know we were wrapping up, but just we're looking forward to really welcoming everybody back virtually and those who are on campus in campus. Just what Natalie said, making sure your masks are on, you're sanitizing your areas and your hands as often as possible. All of our services are being offered virtually right now, and it is probably the best way to seek your services at this time. And just be patient with our advisors as they are getting hundreds of emails every day. Just one email, please. They will work through those emails in queue. So just try not to bog everyone down. And we are just so excited to start the fall term off. And I look forward to when things are a little bit more normal. I know this is our new normal. Here's Emily. She is in campus right now and she has her mask on and her headset. But we really, truly are looking forward to welcoming you all to Niagara College, whether it's virtual or in person.
We are so excited for the start of our fall term, and we really look forward to getting to know all of you. I've seen so many of you so many times on our live sessions, and I hope that you will continue to stay engaged and stay involved. Keep up on our engagement calendar, join our sessions, whether they are academic, immigration, or just social fun engagement, and use the app or our Facebook group. Get to know people, and we thank you for joining us and for asking questions, because it's better to ask a question and get an answer. So we can't wait to be able to see you guys in person, but we're going to be happy to continue to see you virtually. This should be the last time that this is my background because I'm at home, but from now on I will be live from the campus. So we can't wait to be able to see everybody and spend time with you still virtually and hopefully in person more and more as we move forward. So thank you so much for joining us today for orientation. Again, this orientation will be posted to our BNC Ready app as soon as possible, but just a gentle reminder that your orientation, the college-wide orientation on Tuesday, September 7th, will not be recorded. So please make sure you double check your time, you attend that orientation, so you're able to get all of the academic information that you need to start classes on Wednesday, September the 8th, in the best foot possible. So thank you again. Thank you to all my staff who have been here today. And from campus or from home.
There's Charles.
And have a wonderful Friday. And if you're in Canada, have a wonderful long weekend. Please keep in mind the college is closed on Monday. So if you send an email at the end of today, you may need to wait until Tuesday to hear back from any of our staff because we are going to enjoy at least our last long weekend of the summer. So thank you everyone for joining us, and we'll see you soon.